Good evening, and welcome to tonight's episode of Arcane Adventures. As always, before we jump into tonight's episode, we do have a few reminders to get through. The first being your weekly reminder that we have quiz questions posted every Tuesday and Friday. They are available under the post section of our YouTube channel, so you can test your knowledge about the lore of Arcane Adventures and the world that we play in. Also, in conjunction with those, we release shorts every Tuesday and Friday, highlighting the most iconic and comical episode moments. Um, totally out of context, as all things should be, for your laugh and funnies on the internet. And I don't care if you guys don't think it's a real word, it is to me. That is all, however, of the announcements we have for this evening, so let's jump into tonight's episode of Arcane Adventures. And welcome back. Last we left off, Lorem Ipsum, after tying up some minuscule task, some minor things in the twin reservoirs, have headed to Cascadant's Spire and booked passage to return to Provonere. It seems that our investigation leads us back to where it all began, for at least a little while, to catch up on the details and what events may have transpired, or may not have, who knows, in our absence. But nonetheless, we have boarded an airship bound from Cascadant Spire towards Provonere, and it is just the first day of our journey. As the airship climbs above the thunderous clouds and the pouring rain into open, clear skies overhead, breaking through that sea of white and gray. We are coasting over the billows of a white blanket in the sky. And for everyone here, it is a new experience as the breeze blows across your skin, through the hair, or ruffles your feathers or fur, or whatever is appropriate for your character. As we continue to move forth, a tense conversation between Altrix and Evadin transpired in the combustion siphon, where they were able to reveal some personal information before perhaps agreeing to put the conversation to rest. And nonetheless, we pick back up here on the airship. We expect an 8 to 9 day voyage before we return to the Skyport City on the border of the Union of Provonere and the Alliance of Provias. And it is here that I welcome you to Chapter 6, Episode 8, Voyage and Vicissitude.
You want to spell that one?
Bless you.
What does that word mean?
You'll find out.
But it's sounding like the guy from V for Vendetta.
And what about the second word, vicissitude? What does that one also mean?
Right. We'll find out. Nonetheless, Altrix, Evadin has gone ahead of you and exited the combustion siphon, and we pick back up as you have also exited the combustion siphon and are kind of in the hull of the ship right now, right across the hall from where you last saw Raven Vost.
Okay. I'll just go up and kind of knock on the door.
And she opens it almost too quickly, waiting for you to enter in. Everything all right?
Yes, just had to sort some things out. I'm sorry, you mentioned something about the lodging earlier, and I don't quite recall. It was kind of not my focus at the time.
Yes, make an insight check.
Oh. Oh, okay. 6.
You miss the entire expression that comes across her face. Yes. If it's not too much of an ask, you're welcome to. There's limited space aboard the airship, so I figured we could conserve at least one bed.
Well, let's see here. We have 6 rooms. There's 8 of us, so 2 people need to share a room. Paloma, Sizik.
Altrix stays in the siphon. Altrix stays in the siphon.
Normally, I would share a room with Rancor, but I guess if your job is to keep an eye on us, that makes sense for you and I.
Sure. Yes. You're welcome to make yourself comfortable. I am going to go check on everybody else and make sure that they're okay. But Actually, I'm going to make an insight check on you to see how you're processing. So with a 19...
No thoughts, head empty.
The 19, what does Raylan Vost, what is she reading on your face from your just encounter moments before with Evadin?
Ooh. I guess with the previous conversation with Evadin on mind. Just so confused right now. But it's like a confused but content.
Well, I'm going to go make sure that everything's good back on the main deck. It's the middle of the afternoon, so I'll see you in a moment.
Oh, okay.
She, opening the door fully now, steps by you and leaves it open for you to enter.
Oh, kind of step inside. So there's kind of like a desk in this room or something?
Yes. They are well-furnished rooms, all of them. There is a single king-sized or queen-sized bed in the middle of the room, a full desk, bookshelves, nightstand, a lamp. There is the equivalent of a sink. How they get running water on board, you're not quite sure, but they do. Yes, I see that Rancor has a question, or maybe Dan does.
Does there happen to be a pile of rose petals on the bed?
No, there is not.
Damn, it's crazy.
Yes, but Raylan Vost exits and goes back up to the main deck. And Paloma, you and Sizik briefly had gone to the cockpit to speak with our Thrycreen captain, Captain Ivory Callow. I think Sizik at this point may have gotten bored and has wandered off elsewhere. But Paloma, what are you doing in the cockpit?
If Captain Ivory is still talking about space, Paloma is still listening.
Okay. Yeah, she is regaling tales of her homeland, or I guess home spaceport is a more appropriate term, filling you in on how she's been to space, is from space, the Astral Sea, but it's consistently looking back to you, but then also focusing her view on what is ahead, which again, it's just open sky, but is quite a complex set of controls rest in front of between the two of you, but she is talking and her forearms are all pulling different levers and steering and keeping everything in check as you're having a conversation.
You said it's the middle of the afternoon, but if Paloma stays in here long enough for it to get dark, which she very well might, as soon as the stars come out, Paloma will start asking for her name for all of the stars, and like, oh, that one, we call this constellation that, do you have that one, and like comparing knowledge on that.
Yes, and she does fill you in on some names. There are a lot of similarities, surprisingly, between the naming convention of most of the constellations, though there are some constellations that you point out that she has not seen before, given a different location in the Astral Sea. But sure, we'll say that you spend the better part of the afternoon and early evening there. But for the rest of you, what do we find you doing as we are setting sail?
Well, I was going to go try to ask the Thrycreen captain to begin. I wanted to learn how to fly the ship because Owunul thinks it's really fucking cool.
Sure. Yeah, you walk in and find Paloma and Captain Ivory Callow just having a conversation, and she is all four arms just moving about.
Owunul is only going to pay attention to the parts about flying ships, and ask questions then, and only then.
Right.
The rest of this is star constellation names. Get out of here! Don't care. Didn't ask.
Yes. So you probably watch for the better part of 2 or 3 minutes before she kind of turns her head back and catches you. That weird sixth sense where you can tell that someone's behind you.
It's almost like
good afternoon.
6 foot tall, glowing dude. I don't know.
Yes. Good afternoon. Is there something I can help you with?
Yeah, I was. I seen these kinds of ships like just fly over my head, like just every so often, and I thought to myself, I want to learn how to fly one of these. And like, I know how to drive a carriage, but like, this is like different. But I want to know how it's different, and I want to learn.
Oh, by all means, please come up here. Happy to take an each of soul. Anytime they're willing to learn.
I mean, as long as it's safe. Like, I don't want to, I don't want to crash us. But
Well, let's start with you just observing, and we'll go from there.
fair enough.
All right, and she begins to instruct you and explain the different levers, how it is controlling the thrust of the engine, the propellers, the amount of air that is present in the blimp, how to control the steering, and then the speed, and also how to control altitude. So there's quite a few controls for you to learn, and quite a few concepts that are just kind of hitting you all at once, and you're taking a moment to begin to process everything she's
Rust.
saying.
Air resistance.
Yes, for sure. Okay. Pura, Rancor, Evadin, or Sizik.
Where is the cockpit or not
It is
cockpit?
it is It's on the main deck, kind of in a semi-enclosed, front of the ship.
Is it located like middle, front, back?
Middle, yeah, mid-front of the ship,
Alright.
looking directly on the horizon.
Oh, Rancor would likely be at the bow, or
Okay.
stern is the back, correct?
Mhm.
Stern.
As far away from terrifying mantis woman as possible.
Sure. You are sitting in the back, and despite the whir of the arcane engine that is providing the thrust to keep everything moving and the power to turn the propellers, it's not particularly too loud back here. Just the low hum of an engine.
Also, for clarification, this is more like a blimp or like Zeppelin, less like a magical floating airship.
Yes. So the Alethian airships are a little bit of both. They have an air storage that keeps it afloat, but also that is more just to help it lift off the ground initially. The propellers and the wings, and also just the arcane nature of the engine are the main factors that are keeping it afloat. The blimp part is the Zeppelin part is more for takeoff purposes.
That was all just me being curious.
No, it's okay. Totally fine.
I'd find a spot near the bow or stern. Kind of sit down, take a moment to make sure or see if I'm alone at the moment.
Is anybody
and
else
then-
with Rancor?
Not yet.
Where's Rancor at?
Not yet.
Not yet.
He's at the stern, the very back of the ship.
Cool. All right,
Assassinates him.
Okay, then yes, Rancor, you are alone. Ozen gives you the all clear.
After Ozen gives me the all clear, I'm gonna. What's the right word for this in universe? I'm gonna disconnect from you for a little bit. Okay.
Oh, it's totally respectable. No worries.
I'll place Ozen, like, rest him up against like a box or something behind me before disconnecting and sitting down, crisscross, and pulling out the violin that I had purchased and just lightly strumming it and humming to myself.
Very well. Evadin, Pura, Sizik.
I'm probably like exploring the ship more.
Okay.
I think just looking for like a quiet place to sit and think too.
Sure. Kind of as you wander around the ship, there's 4 decks. There's the main deck that you guys kind of boarded on. The like the cockpit is up here. The lounge areas, like the bar that you were in, kind of a meeting room area, is also up here. The next floor down, the next deck down, is the guest quarters. Below that is the crew quarters, and then the very bottom is the hull for the cargo storage.
I think I'll go explore the hull, actually.
Sure.
That sounds interesting.
Sure. You kind of meander down there. There are a few wave guard from Oshivester that are posted up, kind of at the stairwell that goes down into the hull. But they don't stop you. They just kind of nod, acknowledging that you're entering, and then let you pass.
Okay.
But you head down. It is mostly just boxes, things of luggage, things are being moved. Cricket and Sunshine, and the carriage are down here in the hole, but mostly just storage.
Is there anything interesting, like that looks out of the ordinary?
Make a perception check.
Please.
Oh boy. Perception 18.
18. You see, well, first you hear it, something skittering across the floor. It's low light down here, and you watch as a squirrel kind of climbs up on one of the hay bales that is sitting here, and in an instant, it's gone as Cricket eats it, and it disappears. Other than that, no, there's nothing out of the ordinary. It's just Cricket.
So nothing out of the ordinary in general. Then this is normal.
Okay. I think with that, I'm gonna be slightly terrified and
Sure.
go back up to like the top deck.
The wave guard watch you as you sprint up the stairwell, and they're like, "What happened with that guy?" Sure. Okay. Evadin.
Is there any so I know I don't know how ship like this is fully. Is there like a mast or anything like that with like a little
No, there is no mast. However, if you wish to scale to the top of the blimp, there is a rope ladder. It's like half rope, half a metal ladder that's part of the ship, that you can actually climb up and around the air container, and up to the very top of the ship if you wish to.
I would absolutely love to do
Sure.
that. That
Yeah.
sounds awesome.
Okay. Now I will ask you to decently low DC. I will ask you, however, to make a athletics check, just for strength
Athletics
purposes.
Oh
Sure.
no!
Yes. As it is quite windy up here.
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah.
I'm giving myself guidance,
Yeah.
and I'm
Don't
I'm
want to
need it.
accidentally blow off of the top of the ship. That would be very bad.
Yeah.
Evadin fucking dies.
I am giving
Cricket
myself
3,
guidance for that.
Squirrel 0. Love to
Yeah.
see it.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay. Well, let's hope I don't roll really bad. Oh, that's actually really good. Okay, that is going to be a 17.
17. Okay, the DC was 10, but that's all right. You scale up through the rungs of this ladder onto the top of the ship. It is quite gusty, but you are now.
Is there like a platform or something up here? Or is it like just on?
Only the top, like just the rounded top of the lengthy blimp. It's not really a platform. You're just kind of walking along the metal that is holding the blimp to the ship.
That's close enough.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like Evadin would sit up here for a little bit with Crow.
Sure.
And just either would
Wind
be like
blowing
reading
by.
a book or just like, I guess I don't know how bad wind wise is it.
That's probably blowing at a consistent 40 miles an hour, 40 to 50. An occasional gust of wind really hits you, and you really have to kind of hold yourself in place. But you sit
Is there
down to
anything I
read.
can tie like a rope to myself with?
Oh, sure. Plenty
Okay,
of,
cool. So, like,
of lines
Evadin
that you can.
would definitely like
Sure.
tie a line.
Okay, very well.
And would just like kind of sit up there for a little bit by herself, thinking that
Okay.
no one else will probably come up here.
Okay.
And would just like have summon Crow to like basically just kind of like is either gonna read a book or like write in like a journal or something, and just basically think about like the conversation that she just had with
Sure.
such.
Right.
And that's what she would do probably like the rest of the day.
All right. Sizik, wherever you are. We actually left him in Oshivester. He just isn't on board.
Lost to the void, baby.
All right, I'll assume Cole is busy.
Freaking baggage claim, dude. Put him on the wrong airship.
Oh no!
Not baggage claim. Oh no.
Not the baggage claim. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Well, a few hours pass. Everyone kind of finding their own way to pass time. But Evadin, you are first. So to speak. In the midst of reading and contemplating, Crow has been watching, kind of perched on one of the guide rails that your rope is affixed to, and just kind of looking and watching over you. But something that you're not accustomed to, as it doesn't happen very often, is Crow chirps up, but instead of a chirp, it is a voice. Do you have questions?
Do I recognize the voice?
You do. And you know exactly who it is.
Mm-hmm. Am I going down the right path?
Are you?
Going down the path that I'm going down. Whether it's right or not is... we'll see.
And as you kind of glance back up to the horizon, it's no longer a white, cloudy sky. It is dark gray, as if night has suddenly fallen upon you. Well, if that is your belief, then it will be so. Do you have any other questions?
You have any guidance you want to bestow upon me for what there is to come?
It has been given, though I do not think you understand. That is why I ask if you have questions. Do not be afraid. I can see Jake is lost in deep thought. It's okay.
Yeah, I Evidence thinks about like the things that were said. I'm reading them.
No, it's okay. I assumed. You're fine.
For all the trials I have to go through, will it be obvious if I get the correct choice, I guess? Or I do the correct answer?
It is not a question of a correct answer or a wrong one. It is a journey of the self. There is no right answer. Self-reflection, devotion, reconciliation, sacrifice, and resolution. Tell me, what is the right answer to those things?
For now, my answer is to do what I feel is the right, was what I right now I feel like the right answer is to do it in a manner that I furthers where I want to be by the end of everything.
So where you want to be reference to your father and mother, or is it a reference to yourself?
I'd say a mix of both.
It usually is. Just remember, death comes for us all. It is only a matter of time.
Yeah.
Do not waste it.
Yeah. I feel like I'm starting to understand a bit more what you mean by with that more and more. I do have one question, actually. And this may not be something you're going to answer now, or you might be something that'll be later. Mortisvale told me I'm supposed to meet you at your birth and seek resolve. You want to shed any light on that?
Some things are meant to be taken quite literally. In due time, all will be revealed. But find my birthplace is a trial in its own. For that has not been accomplished as of yet.
Sounds like fun.
The Lady of Fate and I have grown quite close. For our eyes watch an unfolding situation. And all of you, your companions and yourself, are in the center of a mix of threads that you cannot yet see. And likely will not understand until it is too late. But it is not the mission to understand. It is important, more so, what lies between here and there. Do not fear growing close to your companions. Because if they should betray you, like I said, death comes for us all. That is not a threat, nor a promise, but an assurance. all things are justified in due time. Child, I have not picked just anyone to carry this task. You are uniquely situated. Coming from religion. Religion is misguided. But beneath that, there is truth, and truth is valuable. Your life lies ahead of you, as do theirs. You are well equipped, but not on your own. Our time draws to an end. Any final thoughts?
Well, I look forward to meeting you at your birthplace.
Though there is no visible smile, you can't help but feel a smile. A smirk almost. Yes. Yes, indeed. And Evadin. One bit of advice. Sometimes the greatest evils are wrapped in righteousness. And she's gone. And Crow is back to sitting there, perched on your shoulder, just looking at you. The wind picks up and you realize it is dusk. You have lost hours in a conversation that seemed to have lasted just minutes.
Could you like write that last bit down or somewhere so I can put in notes? Cause
I got it.
You got it? Alright, cool.
I felt that. I felt that one personally.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was it meant to target you? Who knows? Anyway.
Well, with that, unless you are going to wanting to cut to like Evadin.
No, go ahead.
At that point, I think at that point, satisfied her thinking, is gonna head back down to the off the top of the blimp.
Okay. All right. After a few hours, you all have kind of gathered. It is approaching time for dinner. Raylan Voss has come to each one of you and gathered you. Rancor, she approaches you last. Hard to find, I suppose. Follow the sound of the trailing violin music. That is a nice song that you play. I'm so sorry, I did not mean to startle you.
Sorry, Raylan, was it?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, I was just a bit distracted. You said it's time for dinner?
Yes.
Very well. Rancor, for the record, not looking at her like normally he would for people, kind of awkwardly reaches in the direction of Ozen, before grabbing him and reconnecting.
Okay.
Thank you. I guess I'll follow you then.
Right. Well, sorry to interrupt. And she turns back and begins to stroll back across the main deck. Altrix, she finds you, smiles, and turns to address all of you. By no means is this a feast, but we do hope that you will enjoy your stay aboard. We do have meals planned throughout your visit, or your travel, I suppose. But tonight is a world-famous dish that has only recently made its way to Oshivester. It is called a baked potato.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. You cannot be serious.
And he's totally not saying that because he ate a baked potato earlier.
No. This is
no.
canonical. This is canonical. Trust me.
this
This
is
is
canon.
Mason, I need Raylan to make a dexterity saving throw.
Right.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. It was Cole's old character that made this dish. Like introduced it to the world of Hylathia.
Putting a potato in an oven.
Killed the guy with it too, I think. We
Orphan
don't
the
have to
whole
talk
family.
about that though.
Yeah,
Nope.
orphaned a
Yeah.
whole family, 30 children.
Made it
Fun
an
for the
orphan to
whole
like what? Yeah.
Anyway, you all sit down for dinner. If there's any conversation to be had while all of you are present, the only person that's not readily available is the captain, who is still having to
Good.
keep an eye on the ship.
I will quickly scarf my food down and then go learn more about airships.
Before you leave, Altrix will kind of grab you for a moment.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Owunul, you worked at the blacksmiths briefly in Provonere, right?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Okay. You know smithing?
Oh, yes, yeah, I learned quite a bit of it back in my hometown. Before I went to Paladin school, I think it was a nice thing to pick up.
Oh. Well, you see, I was working on this project with the adamantine from the hammer you gave me.
Yeah.
Problem is that I'm having difficulty hammering it, so to speak.
That's
It's,
okay. Sure, I can
a
help
lot
you with
stronger than most of my materials.
that. This is fair.
So if you ever had time, I could show you what to do. I just would need you to do it.
Sure. Honestly, I don't really have any set schedule for our travel. Just grab me when I'm not doing anything.
Awesome. And another thing, your whole protection magic thing. Pulling out a book, kind of like rummages through it, and just kind of presents you. Does it cover this? And just kind of like points to something that describes Shield of Faith.
Oh yeah. Sometimes I'll utter a short prayer in battle and give my allies a little bit more of Helm's mighty protection. That's what that sounds like.
Yeah, wonderful. I need to make a scroll of this. And so if I could also borrow your time to get your help with that.
All right, sure.
Above the table, didn't I give you one last session?
That was a scroll of shield.
Yes.
Oh.
Shield
Same
of Faith
thing.
is Shield of
They're
Faith
not
is a
the
separate
same
spell.
thing. You can stack them. +8 AC for one turn only.
Well, the Shield of Faith lasts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The +8 is only one turn, but 6 of that goes away.
5. So it's plus.
Sorry. My bad.
Math.
I cannot math right now.
No worries. No worries. It's all right.
Either way.
Regardless, yes, I'm more than willing to help you out with that. Just, again, grab me if I'm doing nothing, or if I am doing something and you're like, you're already in the thick of it and you need help, just grab me. I'll stop what I'm doing to help.
Wonderful. Thanks.
I gotcha.
Owunul stands up and exits very quickly.
I must go. I must learn to fly the airship. And not into a building this time.
You're waiting for us to. For...
Yeah, if there's anything.
If Rancor's still here, right?
No. Yes.
No.
Evadin will. I guess we'll look over towards Rancor and say, "So Rancor, how does it feel to cut one of those names off your list?"
Are you being sarcastic, or are you actually interested?
I'm interested.
It feels good. I'm not gonna pretend I'm a stable or reasonable person, but I feel a bit better knowing that someone who was evil and a horrible excuse for a living being finally got what was coming to them.
Interesting. Sometimes whenever I've heard of all those like revenge stories people like to share, they always share how revenge was not as satisfying as they hoped, or all this other stuff like that. And I always was wondering if I ever found someone who actually got to see for the first time whether it was true or if it was one of those.
You've seen too many plays.
Yes, few too many. And also, I went to school with a bunch of religious uprights. They like to spout their goodness with the no revenge sometimes. So,
I'll be honest. I don't particularly like talking about it, but I guess you have known me a little long enough. It's fine to speak. I'm going down a dark road. Revenge is not something light or to be done lightly. It's not something one should do. But as I'm sure you've probably picked up recently, I've got many reasons to be doing what I'm doing.
honestly, if you only had one reason for doing what you were doing, I'd probably call you crazy.
Well, that's a heavy conversation. Does anybody want any other baked potatoes? We have extras.
I'm good. I don't need too much. Paloma, would you like to do a little sparring after dinner?
No. And she goes back to eating.
Did you just say no to sparring?
Rancor will find that very concerning. Is he allowed to make an insight check?
I don't care.
Sure, I guess.
Well, the first time I tried doing an insight check on a player character, you said I have to ask for permission
Oh,
first.
yes, go ahead.
So,
Yeah, that's why I said, I don't care, ask her.
all right. For insight, that is a 19. Is this, she's just, for some reason, doesn't feel like sparring, or something underlying? If that's enough, you think to gain.
You think that she's probably feeling fine. You might think it's specifically because Rancor is asking.
Very well. A range check, I suppose.
Are you wanting someone to spar with Rancor?
I just figured I'd offer. She's always the one asking. I don't have much else to do on the ship right now.
I'm down to spar if you're wanting to, if you were just offering because you know that Paloma likes to spar. Usually.
Mainly the latter. I mean, if you really wish, I guess we could.
To you. I'll leave it to you.
Sure, why not?
say also for time length-wise, the sparring is gonna. I don't think we're doing actual like
No,
combat like we normally do. It's just us.
we've
sparring.
learned from that.
Yeah, it's fun to do player combat like that, but not tonight.
Unless we're having an actual fight in the party, then
No, it's okay. You spar, not necessarily with the intent to harm each other, but trying to land a strike. You can do that as long as you would like to. Anybody else?
Once she's done eating, Paloma will turn to Sizik and, hey, you were reading a letter that was this morning, yeah?
Yes.
Okay,
Yesterday.
it's been a week real time.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
You were reading a letter this morning. Who was it from? I don't remember getting any mail.
What? It's like only half of the potato has been eaten, and his head was like down, and he's fiddling with something under the table. What?
You got a letter this morning? Who was it?
It was a letter from a gentleman I had helped earlier the day before. Did just sort of thanking me for the assistance.
Oh, okay. What you got there?
What?
You were messing with something?
I was getting something from out of my fur.
Okay.
Stuck between the bits in my paw.
Sizik, will you make a persuasion or deception check? You don't have to tell me which one it is. And Paloma, if you doubt that this is truthful, you may make an insight check.
Okay. As a 17.
did Sizik tell that old man where he lived?
No.
Sure,
No.
I don't know.
Insight is a 22.
Good lord.
Okay.
If only
Now,
I
Efficient did
didn't
it.
roll a
I
9.
think it's important to clarify that
God damn.
there are actually Sizik has not lied once, but also lied twice.
Mhm.
Two things he said in that sentence were lies.
Okay, so that'll be for the
Um,
first thing.
Oh my
then.
god.
For the second thing,
You've got to be
That's
shitting me.
even better, actually.
mine is as well. That was a 23.
Ooh, also a 23.
Rollies!
Do it again.
It's just a flat roll this time, right?
Mm-hmm.
18.
That's correct.
Ah, bummer. 12.
Aha. I really
Paloma, you
was
are-
just getting something out of my
You are
paw.
acutely aware that Sizik is perhaps not being fully truthful. What do you say?
Well, something.
Okay. Sure. I mean, nothing's wrong, right?
No, of course not.
Okay. Well, I guess tell me if something is. I'm gonna go back to the cockpit, so if you need me, let me know.
Sure.
And then
I should be fine.
I'll do just that.
That leaves Rancor, Evadin, Pura, and Altrix and Sizik at the table, with Raylan and a few of the Wave Guard.
Where is place to relieve oneself?
One of the Wave Guards speaks up. It's down the hall, one deck down.
How long have we been on the airship?
One day. Not even one full day.
And he's just now asking.
Few hours.
Something tells me he's not going to go there to use the bathroom.
But I go down the stairs.
You find it's a bathroom, decently well cleaned, modest. For places, some places don't even have bathrooms, so the fact they even have one, I suppose, is good. But sure.
Cool.
Okay. Anybody else at the table?
Rancor would just. It would have been done quite a while ago, but wait until Evan's ready and then go spar. That's it.
Oh, right. Y'all have gotten up. Sure, smart. Never mind. They're not even here anymore. Pura and Altrix, y'all are the last ones.
Hey, Altrix.
Yes.
How's it going with the little project that I have you working on?
Well, with the materials gathered from the hydroxyvexin facility, I should be able to begin working on it.
Yep. Do you need anything else, or?
The last thing I was missing was a arcane essence, but I have a spare one lying around, so I could just use that.
Cool. Well, I guess just let me know if you need anything. And with that, I guess I'll finish my meal and what time is it?
It is now evening.
Evening.
The moon prim is just rising.
Okay, I'll go watch the moon rise.
Okay.
Sick.
Prim is the smaller of the two moons. It's white in color, just slowly cresting its way through the sky. Altrix sit across from Raylan. Some of the wave guard sit there awkwardly before grabbing your plate and her plate, and then exiting the room, leaving the two of you in this common area.
All right. Well, thank you for the food. Still a little bit of the day left, so get to work on some things.
Do you need any help?
Do you know anything about arcane agitators?
No, but I am a studious person. I'm sure I can figure it out.
I guess you can accompany me and see if there's anything you can aid with.
Sure, whatever you need.
I will, I guess, kind of go back to the room.
Okay.
And I think the first thing will be Pura's firearm.
Okay. Are you going into the siphon for this, or are you staying?
No.
Okay.
Actually, I probably need to go into the siphon to at least get some of the stuff out.
Okay. What is this device?
Oh, it's a mobile workstation, so to speak. Contains workbench materials, some of my other schematics, and devices. Carrying everything. Some of the stuff doesn't even fit in my pocket, so useful for that.
Is it like a bag of holding?
Similar. Not exactly, but of sorts.
Did you build it?
Yes.
Oh, it's quite impressive. It's very slender design, but
Well, it doesn't really matter how, big it is here because it's bigger on the inside.
right. Do you have a name for it?
It is the combustion siphon.
Sorry for my curiosity, but siphon, what is it siphoning?
Oh, just magical energies, whatnot. Allows me to refine it and put it in my device, as I say. Kind of picking up the maul, kind of revealing the large glass chamber with the liquid fire in it.
In an extra-dimensional space. Where's the energy coming from?
Oh, that's there's lots of sources of magical energy. There's other planes and whatnot.
Yes. Do you have a portal to some realm inside your siphon?
I wish.
That would be quite
But-
engineering.
In any case, so what I have here is a device Pura had asked me to build. I was not familiar with hemomancy or hemocraft, but I suppose it's a thing. I guess it makes sense. The magic of life is a magic, and therefore can be transformed into any other type.
This is a schematic.
Yes. I should have everything here. Just kind of dumping a bag just on the table.
Sure. And faster than you would anticipate, she sorts it all out into almost like when you buy something from a assembly store.
A Lego
into,
set.
Yeah, part 1, part 2, part 3, and sorts them all out. And is reading over your schematic with an intense detail. Okay, well, let's get to work.
Alright.
Okay. Alright. Back on the main deck. Anybody else? Things to do.
I was muted. Never mind. I was gonna say I would like to continue learning to fly the ship.
Sure.
Because
Right. So this here is the lift.
yeah.
It controls incline and decline. This here's
Uh,
the
uh,
acceleration.
wait. Hold on. So, you said incline and decline. What's that mean?
Right. So, unlike a land vehicle or even a sea vessel, this
Right.
is we have to operate in 3 dimensions. So you have side to side, front and back, and also up and down.
Oh, okay. I think I
So
get it now. I think I get it.
Right. Here is the speedometer, traveling, keeping track of our speed.
I've never
And then-
dealt with the speedometer before, so that's new, I guess.
Right. So this part right here is, if it's in the red, that's bad. We don't want to
That's-
overheat the engine. So
Okay.
as long as you keep it in the white, it's all good.
All right. Okay. So keep it in the white. Don't let it get in the
Yes.
red.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And then this is the steering wheel, the large circular thing in the middle of the room.
Okay. That I can understand.
Right. Exactly. And then over here on the far left of the panel, that's the on-off switch. We don't touch that, obviously, unless we're docked. You don't want to kill the engine; that'd be terrible.
Yeah,
that's
shouldn't
why
you
it has
have
little-
like?
Yeah, little
if it's-
covers over it.
Okay. Yeah. I was about
swapped,
to say.
Right.
Does it have like a key that you need to unlock the cover, or is it just like?
No.
It's just to
no,
prevent
that's not-
prevent accidents.
Yeah, not a bad idea, but yes, just prevent accidents. And then she looks over to Paloma. Have you given her your name yet?
If she asked, probably, but if she hasn't asked, if Paloma's been too excited to like.
Okay, great.
Owunul probably at
I'm
some
so
point said his name, just like, or someone
Yeah, I'm
screamed
outside.
Owunul's name, and that's how she learned it. Because that would also, it would happen.
Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I didn't actually catch your name. And she
Oh.
looks over to Paloma.
My name is Paloma. Nice to meet you.
Well, It's nice to meet you too. Yes, of course. She extends one of her arms out.
Does she have hands, or do they end in little points?
They end in points. Yeah, no hands. No thumb, no fingers.
Look, Mom, no hands.
Yeah, look, Mom, no hands, exactly. Yes. She kind of just lifts it up and down. Anyway, you're quite interested in learning to pilot, at least your friend is.
Oh
You don't
no,
think-
I don't want to pilot. I'm good.
Of course. Well, you seem quite knowledgeable about the stars and...
Yeah, no. My dad is a sailor, and He taught me all about that stuff.
Okay, so not much different than this.
It seems way safer. You can't fall out of the sky in a regular boat.
Well, but you could sink.
You could, but I can swim. I can't fly.
Well, that's unfortunate. Neither can I, but we have parachutes, so it's not that bad. But, you know, still getting used to the technology here. It's a little bit less advanced than from where I'm from, but...
The stuff you use is even more complicated than this?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, there's this brilliant mechanic that I know. And absolutely genius, but way more complicated than this stuff. I'll step back, actually, whenever I first arrived, but...
Wild. That's insane. I don't even understand what's going on over here.
Yeah, I mean, well, what you're looking at right now is just a valve. So that shouldn't be too bad. It's just controlling pressure. That's all. Yeah,
Paloma visibly she takes a step back. She does not want to touch anything.
Yeah, it's all right. Most of the things, keyword most, if you tamper with them, won't cause us to all perish. So should be fine.
Okay.
But if you'd like to stand here with your friend and the two of you practice flying, I know you said you weren't particularly interested, but you are still here, so.
I just kind of like listening to you talk about space, but
Sure.
I
Yeah,
guess
well.
if Owunul wants to practice flying, as long as you're here to make sure nothing happens.
Of course, under supervision, of course. But sure, you're welcome to sit back, I suppose.
Owunul, once you're done with that, could I talk to you a little bit later? Take your time with this. We obviously have nothing else going on, but...
You're talking to Owunul to
Yep.
clarify, correct?
What?
Okay, great.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying, because I needed that too, I guess. Cool.
Yep, I know.
Can you say that again?
Paloma said to take your time learning how to fly, but that later she would like to talk to you.
Okay, yeah. Of course, yeah.
He is zoned in on it.
Sorry, I just...
Looking at the steering wheel.
I must memorize every inch of this wheel.
Yeah. Well,
no,
if you're interested in giving it a go, I'll take a step back and let you try.
Okay.
I'll be right here though, so.
Yeah, of course. I'm not.
I follow
I
very
shouldn't-
explicit instructions.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Paloma. Later on, what's it? It's still the afternoon, still night, basically.
It's early evening.
Okay. If you're still up whenever I'm done with this, I'll find you, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
I will step up to the wheel and
Sure.
firmly
I want
grasp it.
Yes, I want you to give me a general intelligence check.
Can I
How
get
well?
myself guidance?
Sure. To see how well you have processed what she has been explaining and all the controls.
Do we immediately feel the ship lurch?
Not yet.
Hit a buckle.
You don't know how tempted I am to use my other inspiration on this.
Oh no. What did you roll?
I haven't rolled yet, Mason.
Okay,
Because I believe the ruling was you have to do it before you roll.
Yes, that is
So
correct.
I'm trying to decide now. Nah, it's not important enough.
Flying the airship.
She's right
I love
there. She's the captain. If something goes wrong, it'll be fine. Come on.
Now
Unless
one
you
will
roll
die.
that one.
I wish I used
He
inspiration.
cranks it all the way to the rear. The captain flies out the window.
All right, Riley. Riley, what did you roll? Did you get a number?
So, good news is, on the D4, I got a 4.
Right. But it's still
The
an natural
bad
one,
news
isn't it?
is, I have a -1 and 2 intelligence, and I rolled a 3 on the D20. Oh my
Alright.
God! Why?
So 6. Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
That's the math
as you now you take over the wheel.
Ah.
All right, you're doing pretty good. It's been 4 seconds since I gave you the wheel, but you're doing great. Then you reach for leverage. No, not that one. And you grab the decelerate and decline lever together at the same time, and all of you feel the ship just start to nosedive downward. As she puts that back up and pushes it back into place, and the ship stabilizes out again. All right, so I said explicit instructions. So don't do anything I didn't tell you to do. Let's just keep the steering wheel in place. We don't need to touch any levers.
Steering wheel, nothing else.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
it's all right. It's all right,
touch
chap.
the
Everybody makes mistakes on the way the first time. It's all right. Yeah. Luckily, we're soaring at 25,000 feet, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Give or take a few hundred, but it's all right.
Yeah, the take a few hundred part is where I come in.
Right. Yes, you definitely should slow this down. However, as a result of that, we are about to fly directly into a cumulonimbus cloud, so please brace for impact, as we may or may not get struck by lightning.
I'm pretty sure I'm sorry. I was about to say some out-of-game knowledge that I would know,
It's
that
okay.
Owunul would absolutely not know.
Yes.
It's like you don't have to be in the cloud to be struck by lightning at all.
No, that's true, but Owunul doesn't know that. Altrix.
I just want to ask, did Evadin go back on top of the airship?
No, they're sparring on the main deck.
No.
Evident just he's gone.
Oh, actually, I will note I'd actually be okay because I'd be tied to the airship.
All right. You'd just be hanging after getting yoinked.
Yep.
Now, my bird
Probably with a broken
might
pelvis.
be-
Yes. Captain Ivory quickly begins to lift the ship back into the correct position, just cresting the top of the cloud, staving off any potential lightning strikes. Maybe not as bad as she originally anticipated.
We
But-
rush into the captain's quarters after our
But-
sparring.
Fucking God.
What in the fuck?
No,
Oh, it's
Rancor's-
Hey,
all good.
guys.
Don't
Rancor's
worry.
You see
Like, we're busy
Owunul at the
pulling his
wheel,
head out
all
of
your
the wall.
questions are answered.
Yes. No worries. We're all good. And another hour or so passes, and I think that's probably enough at the wheel for the evening.
Yeah.
You almost hit a pothole back there, and honestly, there's no such thing as those. So,
I said out of character. I said I was gonna find a pothole. Did I
Right,
not
well, you
deliver? Did I
you
not
almost did.
deliver?
almost did.
Are you not
terrible.
entertained?
But it seems that your friend Paloma had wanted to talk to you, so.
Oh, yeah.
Take the wheel here, and you can go do that.
We never did come up with a meeting place, so I'm just gonna wander around the ship until I find her.
Okay.
I'll start with looking
Paloma.
around just the hallway outside of the captain's room, and then
Sure.
eventually I'll make my way to the deck and see if she's
Sure.
there.
Paloma, where art thou?
Yeah, she's probably just somewhere on the deck, like carving something.
Oh, Paloma, my Paloma.
Yes.
You catch her behind
Owunul,
a stack of crates, carving into words into the side of the crates.
Okay.
Paloma
Paloma was here.
Oh no.
Paloma was WUZ
Uh-huh.
here.
Paloma was, but then there's a large gash across it.
Yeah. Yeesh.
Yeah.
It got censored. It got censored,
The
bro.
Z is real long.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
But Owunul, you find Paloma nonetheless.
Hey. You said you wanted to talk about something?
Yeah. So, you and Evadin, I know you don't super get along now, but were y'all closer when you were younger?
That has a nuanced answer. I would say that we were definitely closer than we are now. It's not by a huge amount. Of course, when we were kids, well, we just got along because we were kids. We didn't know anything about the world. We were just happy to be involved with stuff. I think there was a point where, so I'm not exactly sure what happened, but something happened usually wasn't something I was privy to, so I wouldn't really know. But I guess Evadin at that point started getting like a mean streak? I don't know how to describe it.
But like, something happened. Y'all didn't just.
Well,
grow
I
up
say
and grow
something
apart?
happened. It was more like probably several some things happened. I
'Cause-
might be misremembering, but it's. I think it was probably our parents.
Oh well, I don't think that's a factor here.
Yeah.
Because Sizik's and
Well,
his parents are
well,
all the way across the ocean.
well, to be fair, some of it is time, some of it is just we see things differently. Of course, there's the obvious difference in values and what I see as important versus what evidence sees as important. Though it may not be. I realize that it may not be obvious to an outside observer. I have been. I guess I'm her sibling, so I've been with her a while. It's
Her whole life. Right?
complicated. What?
You're older, so
For-
her whole life.
Just about. Aside from a few months here and there. Running away from home and all that.
I'm asking because Sizik lied to me about something earlier today, and that's not really something he's ever done before. And I don't know.
Do you not want Sizik turning out like Evadin?
That's not really what it was. I don't think Sizik's anything like Evadin, but I don't know. Y'all are brother and sister, and so I was, kind of just asking if, because Sizik and I have always been real close, and, maybe partly out of necessity, but I just was asking mostly if growing apart is something that is gonna happen no matter what, or if it's something that you can avoid. Because I'm worried I haven't been paying too much attention to him lately. We've had an awful lot going on, and I'm worried that I might be contributing to it.
I'm gonna sit down next to Paloma and I'm like, Paloma, a lot of things, like how close you're going to be to your sibling, they're never set in stone. And while I've learned through my experiences with Evadin that sometimes all you can really do is provide support as best you can, because they may not take it, but at a certain point you have to realize they're their own person and they don't have to take it. It's kind of like falling asleep, where you don't really do it on purpose. You kind of just, you sit down, you lay down, you close your eyes, and you wait. You kind of put yourself in the right conditions to sleep. I think relationships with people are much like that, where you can't really force any of it. You can only nurture good conditions with the person you want to be close with.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense. It's gonna sound a little like dumb, I guess, but I'm just not used to Sizik being his own person.
Well, if you've been so close for so long, he's a youngling. It's for a good chunk of someone's life, if they're a youngling like that, of course they have to rely on you. It's just...
And I know it was gonna happen eventually. He has to grow up, whether I want him to or not. But I don't know. I didn't think
You didn't think
he
he'd lie
lied
to
to
you?
me, and I don't even know what about. I don't know if it's something important or if it's something stupid. And I'm worried and
It's okay to be worried. It just means that you care. I know that you may not be able to control Sizik's actions. You can't really force him to tell the truth. I mean, well, zone of truth aside, you can't force him to tell the truth. I feel as though, with my experiences with Sizik, he has been nothing if not good-natured. Maybe a little too erratic at times, but he doesn't do things to hurt people. He doesn't mean to hurt people. I'm sure that whatever he might be lying about, I don't think he's doing it to hurt anyone, at the very least. Because it would just wouldn't make sense for him.
you're probably right.
So if anything, you can take solace in the fact that it's probably not anything bad, necessarily. It's just a...
No, he's a good kid. You're right. And if it was important, he'd probably tell me. I should trust him to tell me if it's important. Thanks. Sorry to take you away from your lessons.
Oh, no. This is far more important. We are nothing if not for our bonds with each other.
That's a fancy way of saying it's good to have friends.
Yeah, pretty much. Some would say safety in numbers, but... not me.
Paloma goes back to carving, and next to Paloma, what she writes, and Owunul. But she does not pluralize was, so it says Paloma and Owunul was here.
Does Owunul catch a glimpse of this before he turns around to go do whatever else?
Probably
or-
so. Probably so.
Owunul will smile. This has made him happy.
Okay. Well, sparring on the main deck is Evadin and Rancor. Pura, you're probably also on the main deck, kind of watching this unfold. So about an hour or so or more into sparring, after finally, perhaps being exhausted at the combat. But...
I personally would have said that we finished a while ago, especially after
Sure.
Owunul touched the wheel.
Sure.
After Rancor pulls his head out of a wooden wall.
Do what?
Don't worry
You
about
heard me.
No, I didn't. I didn't have my headphones in.
Good.
it. No, it's okay. You're fine.
Yeah, after the whole thing, I just like. That
He
was
touched it,
Owunul,
didn't
wasn't
he?
it? He did.
What the fuck is happening?
I go.
I take out my headphones for 2 seconds.
They're blaming you for the incident on the airship.
We should,
Rightfully so.
We should convince him.
But they don't know that.
We should convince him to spar and then double team him.
Cringeaw.
He needs
That's
to
fine.
learn to watch his back for people.
I feel like stabbing your brother in the back is not the best way to teach him to watch his back.
If you told Owunul to watch his back, he would say at that moment, "How? I'm not flexible enough to watch my own back."
I know I talked to you about trying to be a little kinder and forming more of a bond, but I feel like that's probably one of the worst ways to go about that. Think, if he did the same to you, would you trust him more?
In a sparring thing, I wouldn't change the trust. I would just be more mindful of him
You
around.
said we jump him. There's a difference between jumping
I
someone and
No,
sparring.
no. I said one of us spars with him and then the other person jumps in.
That's still kind of the same thing. a sparring match infers that it's two people one-on-one.
Owunul's
Or-
about to get bullied
Yeah,
again.
The whole point is we.
I get what you're trying to do, but I feel like there are better ways to get the message across, especially to someone like your brother. Someone like you, me, or Pura, sure, works very well, but not so much someone like him.
You're right. He probably would be. Probably just get confused.
Assuming he wasn't already.
That's my secret. I'm always confused.
Anyways, I gotta go buff up my horn now.
You're what?
My horn. I got launched face first into that wall over there because of your brother.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
What do you think I meant?
I had no idea. I couldn't.
I
My
didn't
brain
know.
could not interpret the words that were coming out of your mouth. I was like, he's polishing his horn? What?
Yes, he's a tiefling. He's got horns.
Oh.
Buff out my horn does sound very innuendo, though.
Oh my
I-
god, I'm an
Evan
idiot.
Evan is
Anyway.
going to say this with full sarcasm. Yeah, you gotta watch out for those walls.
They'll get you.
Rancor will
As
like
the-
smack her on the shin with Ozen. As a cane, not a sword.
Well, as the evening draws on, and an hour of rest approaches, where do we find all of you as we prepare ourselves for the evening and rest?
I'm gonna go find Altrix and ask if he wants help now or if he wants to start on whatever tomorrow. Like, I know we don't have much time left before like we go to sleep, but if there is enough time in this window to do something, then I would like to provide my assistance.
I'm gonna go to the bar.
Maybe like start introducing me to the schematics that you want me to hammer out.
Pura had something?
Yes, he wants to go to the
Let's
bar,
go to the
which
bar.
is fine. Okay, sure.
Uh,
Good
I-
for you.
I guess I'll just clarify. Does Owunul have time to do a crafting check this evening?
No, he does
Okay.
not.
Cool.
Darn.
Just,
Yeah,
Just making
it's
sure.
Like 10, it's like 10 p.m.
I was like,
Um,
don't think so. I mean,
There's
I
always
could,
time
but
for a crafting check if you
No.
ignore sleep.
I will tell you we will start tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
Pure, the barkeep. What can I get for you?
I'm feeling something new. What do you recommend?
Describe what you're looking for.
Something sweet, but not too sweet. With a little spice in it. I don't know. Surprise me.
Mason must consult his alcohol chart.
Yes, I do. But that's okay because I do have one.
Hilarious.
It's on page 198 of my massive compendium of stuff. Do you want something more hard liquor or?
Always hard.
No. Right. This is called Dragon Whiskey.
Okay.
It's just an old corked glass bottle. Pops it off and pours into a glass. No ice, and just sets it across the bar.
I take
it'll-
it and
I think it's the spicy you're looking for.
Okay. I take it and take a sip.
Okay.
Is it just like normal or?
No. It burns. Going more than whiskey burns. It burns.
Mhm.
Yeah, it feels like you just swallowed fire itself.
I'm just like
Yes.
gasping right now there.
Right. And you suffer the poisoned condition. And you now have, as an action, for the next 12 hours, the ability to puke flame.
Okay. That's
Just
a new
became
one.
a semi-dragonborn. Are you kidding me?
Not even breathe. Puke.
No, not breathe. Puke. You're right. You're right.
Has
So
to
it's that-
retch,
would that be
and it goes
magma?
about a foot.
So it's not fire breath. It's fire puke.
Does it like
Puke flame.
how much damage does it do, or is it? Does it
Find
do-
out.
Eh,
Fuck around and find out.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to try it out, sure, but
That stool? Fuck that stool.
Isn't the ship wooden?
metal wood. It is
Partially.
partly metal as well, but mostly wood.
Okay, I think Pura's
Oh,
not
no.
going to be able to contain the
Oh, no.
fiery vomit,
Oh no.
and he looks to his right and just vomits on the floor.
Okay.
What up?
Well, the floor fails its DC 13 dexterity saving throw because it's a floor. And what is your Constitution modifier?
Oh no, 0.
0. Okay, the floor takes 0 damage.
Oh,
I was about to say Paloma better start learning how to fly.
I'm sorry, what?
so it's just
So-
is it
so
on
it's-
fire or is it?
Nope, it just like
Oh.
just
No,
a
what I'm
belt of
hearing is-
flame.
So it's like a
It-
party trick.
Would
Yeah.
do damage if he
Yeah.
had a high enough con score.
It,
If it was
would,
anybody else but me, it would do damage.
Hilarious.
Correct.
That's some good stuff you got there.
Mm-hmm. No.
Where's it found?
Well, they sell it in most major joints, so
Oh,
sure you can find it wherever you're headed.
I have to start selling this.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty good stuff.
Hey, you got anything else?
I don't know if you should cross the alcohols, but if you're willing, I'm sure. I've always wanted to see what different concoctions would make. You want something a little bit calmer, or?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay.
Pura saying this is his lips are charred.
Has no lips.
It's just like up smoke is just coming out of my mouth right now.
Let's see. Okay, I gotta find a good one on my list. Do you like wine?
Wines, yes.
This is the Goodberry Cordial.
Oh,
He mixes you a drink together and sets it in a glass. There's various pink and red berries that are kind of floating around inside of it. But give this a try.
I take a sip.
Okay.
What happened?
Alright, you die. No.
I just
For the next 8 hours, you have a +2 to nature checks, and you roll an additional die when you're rolling the effects of healing potions. You also have a number of temporary hit points every hour equal to twice your level, and that just replenishes.
Hey, okay. This is really good. Where'd you find this?
Sweet wine. Well, this is a combination of some different ingredients. You have to. The good berries are the ones hard to come by, but the wine's pretty easy. It's just a mixed drink.
Can you like make me some that I can buy or something? Or
Some good berries, sure.
yeah, this wine.
Sure. Yeah, wine is just a white wine, but usually a
Mhm.
little sweeter. But
Yeah, I feel like this would help me out in our adventures.
here, just and he hands you like a small little pouch, and it has 5 good berries in it. Now these don't stay fresh for very long. These are a little bit modified from the generic arcane created magical plant, but they'll last for a week or so.
Okay. And so you just mix it in wine, and that's it.
Yep, mix it in wine and make sure that you let it kind of sit for a little bit, let the juices of the berries kind of steep into the liquid. But yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty easy to make.
Is this man selling alcohol or elixirs?
Why not both?
The answer is yes.
Not
It's
both,
always
yes.
yes.
All of the above. Well,
Okay.
you are quite intoxicated. You should go rest for the evening.
You sure?
And try,
I mean,
and try not to
I had some
vomit
more.
any flame. Yeah, I know. Try not to vomit any flame on anything.
okay, I guess I'll go find my bed.
Pura stumbles down the hallway and into his room. The rest of
Do I see anybody on the way?
Sure, if anybody wants to be in the hallway.
So the ship has a bar, which is
Yes.
a thing. Do they have not so much like a library, but just a bunch of books anywhere?
They have like a reading nook.
Okay.
A few books.
The book nook.
Yeah.
I'm gonna peruse through a bunch of them.
Okay.
And I'm gonna look for something specific. I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay. Cole says, "I'm looking for murder."
Yeah, I'm looking for how to get away with murder.
Yes.
Not
I'm
JPEG.
sorry, what?
.jpeg.
Not JPEG.
Well, I look like I know what a JPEG.
No, none of you know what a JPEG is.
I do.
But do we know what a hot dog is?
I don't know, maybe.
I've never seen the video, so I wouldn't know.
Anybody else? While Cole is sending me a long message, apparently.
I actually, if there is a book nook, I would at least peruse it as well. Just like would be like looking at the books. Nothing in like particular, just seeing if anything catches my eye.
Okay.
So I don't have a type down.
Yeah,
thing.
a few novels are on the shelves here. Some just general science books as well, most of which related to storms, navigation, the atmosphere, airships. There's a copy of the user's manual, or the equivalent in here, and just a few
there it
fiction
is.
novels. Yeah.
If there is a copy of the user's manual, does it give instructions on how to fly the ship?
Not really. It more just explains what the controls do, and you kind of have to infer from that how to pilot.
Stupid to actually infer. Puts the book back.
Find Sizik here, pulling some books off the shelves.
I'm able to like see what he's grabbed.
He seems to be grabbing some different books and then putting them back after just checking a few pages, so it's hard to tell what he's actually looking for.
Not
Yeah.
necessarily what he's looking for, just some of the books that he's checked out. That was
They don't really have any similarities. He grabbed a few of the novels, a few of the more non-fiction books, the user's manual at least once. It just seems to be scanning through each of the pages, not really reading either, just kind of like really quickly flipping through the pages. But
You looking for a specific book, Sizik?
Nothing in particular. Just rifling. I did not know that you enjoyed reading.
I do. don't get as much time to read. I haven't had a lot of time to read during our adventures so far, so.
This is true. What do you enjoy reading? Eh?
I guess more. I don't really know how to describe it. More just books that interest me. Just happen to, if I come across one, I'm like, I enjoy reading this one. Learning about the different religions and seeing what they have to offer is always an interesting one to look at. You know,
Yeah, I am not much for reading myself, unless it is history. It is very captivating, learning all sorts of things about the past. But anything else is too boring.
History's okay. There are good. There are interesting books on history. Then there are not so interesting books.
Yeah. I found out a good amount about Oshivester and Hydroxylvexin. Interesting stuff. Weird places.
What would you say is the most interesting thing you learned?
Am I allowed to say everything? But probably I found the building of their architecture and how they translated over time to what they are now to be the most fascinating.
Interesting.
Do I find anything that I'm looking for? Very specific, but
Right.
probably not
In
huge.
right. In terms of yeah, no, not really.
All right.
No.
Then I will go to my room.
Well, as evening befalls us all, kind of retiring to quarters. It is almost midnight. Altrix, when Raylan says, "Well, I think we've made some progress, but I do think it is getting later."
There we go. Yeah. We can finish. We can finish it tomorrow.
You are quite focused on your work.
Isn't that the point?
Yes, yes, it is. It's a admirable quality. Admirable quality.
Okay. Let me think here. We have 7 days left. Couldn't probably work 16 hours a day.
Oh, slow down there. That's a little much.
Hmm?
Try 12.
Well, if you, well, 6 hours of sleep and an hour
8.
for,
8 hours of sleep.
well, yeah, it's only if you're, we have time. Okay.
We do.
Oh, 1 moment. I need to feed my dragon fireflies.
I'm sorry, you're what?
My dragon fireflies, I need to go feed them. I'll just be a moment.
You saying it a second time doesn't clarify my question. What is that? Dragon
I guess-
fireflies? Never heard of that before.
Do you want to see?
I would love to.
I need her to make a dexterity saving throw as I cast fairy fire in the room.
Okay.
Oh God.
Sure. Well, that's actually not bad for her. That is a 19.
Yeah, I will essentially cast fairy fire, dragon fireflies, and just let them out into the room.
Sure. Oh, that. Oh, very beautiful. Where did you get these?
I mean, you just kind of find them.
Okay.
Just kind of around. I don't.
Do you always beat around the bush when I ask you questions, or is that just?
I mean, I mean, you find them a variety of places.
Wow. A hint of specificity would not.
This one
tell you.
over here, just plucking one off the wall. This is CzePeku. I found him in just some marshlands.
Okay. See there, we're making progress.
That one over there is Ringo, just kind of on a lake.
Okay.
This one down here, Blaine, I just kind of found him in my bag one day. Just kind of crawled in.
Okay.
You know, you can just kind of find him if you're looking for him.
Interesting. I'll have to keep an eye out. She turns around and pours herself a glass of Dawnberry wine and offers it to you first. I know we had some earlier. You may not want another one, but
Sure, I guess.
we won't drink the whole bottle this time. But gotta save some for the rest of the journey.
I suppose.
Okay, I'm going to lay down.
Okay. I'll just kind of reach into my bag and just pull out some spare rations to feed the fireflies.
She sits on the edge of the bed, kind of quietly admiring the scene. Smiles and blows out a candle as not much light is diminished in the room as the dragon fireflies provide their own, but a twinkling starscape of little lights all around the room kind of dance on the walls and ceiling. And she goes to say something and then doesn't.
I'll just kind of sit in the chair at the desk and just kind of watch them.
Okay. Alright. And she lays down. And as eventually do the rest of you, as a evening, after a long day, though we didn't do much, but a long day nonetheless, kind of finds us all. Yes, Rancor.
Wanted to kind of backtrack a little bit. Didn't want to interrupt, but I would have been looking for
Jesus.
when Sizik was in the or just, I guess somewhere. I would have been looking for him. You said your babushka, correct? Oh, Cole is stuck in the time paradox.
Oh no.
It's been an honor, sir.
Screenshotting that.
Bro, he's conjuring something for me.
He is. He is locked in. You there, Cole?
He is locked in.
Don't
Cole
think
is
so.
fully dead.
I think he died.
And
It's
is casting
loading.
a spell.
It's loading.
This
So
is what
see,
all time-
Sizik
Rancor,
does when he
Rancor
casts
actually
augury.
went and assassinated Sizik, so he's
Mhm.
no longer on the ship.
Yeah, Rancor, you've been talking for a while, and then there's no response, and you can only
so
assume that
here's-
Sizik heard you. In process. of what you
Failed
just
to
said.
start camera. Amazing.
This is for
But
me to
unfortunately-
try again.
Yeah, like it's my fault. What the fuck?
Uh,
Dead ass.
that's all right.
Yeah, I had the same
Ah.
thing.
It's okay.
I guess.
Sizik, I'm.
We'll
I'm
put a pin
Cole,
in
I'm
that. I
gonna
guess.
remove you from the call for a second.
Yeah.
So sorry.
I guess I'll put a pin in that until he gets back.
Sizik
If he gets
fucking
back.
dies.
Sizik dies.
Has a stroke.
It wasn't
He
Rancor, I
gets
swear.
frozen in time again by his babushka.
Yes, he is suffering a terrible.
Falls
disease.
off the ship.
All right, well, never mind. I'll deal with that later.
Sizik is in deep meditation when you open the door, and Ozen says it's better to come back another time.
Deep meditation. He's snoring.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stuck on the toilet.
Yeah. Right. Well, nonetheless, as night comes to all of us, dawn breaks over the clouds early in the morning, about 6:30 or so. Is the 50th, the final day of the month Valius, as the spring equinox is just around the corner. For time's sake, however, we will have all of you just give me a brief synopsis of what transpires over the course of the next 8 days for each of you.
I would like to go first because I know exactly what I'm going to do.
Yes.
1. Learn to fly ship. 2. Help artificer man with things. That's it. That's all I got.
Yes. Okay. I will.
The-
Owens, if you will
sorry.
clarify what
Yeah.
he needs to roll for that.
The spell scrolls and the smithing checks. which-
Okay.
yeah.
On the spell scrolls, you don't have to do anything. It just affects my DC. So
Oh.
don't worry about that. All you physically need to do is roll the smithing. All right. So it's going to be strength plus proficiency.
Can I use guidance on this, Monsieur Maison?
Yeah.
Yippee! That's a +7, potentially
Okay.
more.
So it's going to be essentially. Let me pull it
Oh
up.
my fucking god! Okay, does above a 20 work?
Okay. So that's your first check. That is
That
a
was-
success on one of the checks.
That was a 25, by the way.
Okay. Oh, very sad. Oh well. Actually,
What?
it wouldn't have mattered for this. If there's a thing about if you succeed the DC by 6, but it wouldn't matter for this item.
Okay. Do I do it again?
Yeah. So that is 2 hours of progress, and then gonna be another check.
Okay. That is going to be a 21.
That is 2 successes in a row on a DC 20. You're done.
Are you? That's crazy. That's insane.
This is why you did this, and not me, who apparently gets a +0 to these.
Guess what I got? It's whatever 18 plus 25 again.
Hey, Owunul, you're actually not bad at this. Good, I might
I
even
mean,
say.
I spent a good chunk. I did say, yeah, I spent a good
Why
chunk
don't you
of
do this
time.
more?
Well, we're always traveling, and like I wanted to go work at the Steel and Thundelver shop more, but we were always going places and doing things.
Tell you
So-
what, Owunul.
I mean, if you want to
Should
put my
we-
talents to use, have at it. I'm happy.
Yeah, should we need to do anything more, I'll be sure to ask you about this.
Cool. Yeah, that was 3 successes in a row. Oh my god.
You only needed 2.
Yeah, it was
He
2
overdid it.
checks. You. Yep. congrats.
It's too good. Too good at it.
2 DC checks. That is done.
All of those D20 rolls were above a 10 too, which is hilarious.
The best rolls that Riley's gonna get for the next.
My best rolls
Rest of the
are
campaign.
never for me. It's always for someone else.
Yes.
Very
So
confident
selfless.
of you.
Yeah.
I can't help it. It runs through my
Now,
veins.
We'll start with Owunul, since I know that you want to work on learning to fly the airship.
Oh, yes, that
I'm
too.
going to have you make a series of intelligence checks. I am looking for 4 successes before 3 failures.
All right, so it's an uphill battle, guys.
Yes, it is. So if you'll make, just start making intelligence checks for me.
Can I use guidance on these?
You can.
Okay, thank you. That at the very least means the -1 is gonna go away.
Just give me the number.
It's a 7.
Okay, and then make your second check. These
It's
over the
basically a
course of
success.
This is a course of
If
multiple days. just
if
to
I
clarify.
make another failure, I'm gonna use inspirations on these. I wanna do this. Okay, that's a bit better. Okay, that will be 17.
Okay, make your third.
Given I don't know if 17 was a success, but I hope it was.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you. Just the number. That's all I need.
3.
All right. 4th check.
I'm gonna use inspiration on this one.
Okay.
Because I don't trust my dice anymore. Rightfully so.
2 3s.
I will cry. 12.
Okay. All right. Make your next check.
I'm deciding if I want to go fuck it, we ball or not.
As you say, Riley's checking his wall of sticky notes. I know they're there.
Can Owunul summon the knight to get a help action?
No, unfortunately not.
I wish. No, if I want this to succeed, I have to. Yeah, I'm gonna do inspiration again.
Okay.
Motherfucker, I'm getting the lucky feat next chance I get, I swear to God.
Of all people did it.
Wait, how did you have 2 inspirations?
He just got one. And I told him he could stack them.
Oh.
Because it just happened.
That's a 13.
Okay.
It would have been lower without the inspiration.
Next check.
There's no way.
Please!
Mason is wishing he set the DC higher.
I have a feeling Mason is doing this just to screw with him.
Yeah, DC was 20.
Yeah.
Fucking 6!
Okay. Next one. This is
Sorry,
your
what was that?
7th and final. 7th and final.
I thought that was my 7th and final.
No, that was your 6th. This is your 7th and final check. Make one more.
There's no way. That's gotta be 3 failures.
Let's just see
Well-
how bad.
If that wasn't 3 failures, well, that's a 5. Oh my fucking god.
All right. So the rest of you, what are you doing for the 8 days we're aboard?
I give up. I
Well-
give up.
First, I guess it doesn't matter if we do it the following day, but find Sizik, talk to him about his babushka, cutting off his magic, and offer him a scroll of guiding bolt, saying, I don't know if you could still cast this
Well,
without her help, but
nice while it lasted. No more inspiration for me.
hopefully you can use this to help. Aside from that, Rancor, we kind of just chilling for the most part. I guess helping someone if they really need it, though I'm not sure what he can really help with.
Okay. Right.
He will. Am I done?
No.
He would spend a lot of time in his room. Because he has his own room, right? Because Altrix is sharing with Lady Friend.
Yes.
This would be the first time he's had a room to himself, kind of ever, since before meeting Altrix and Paloma and them. He slept outside, so he's a little estranged to it. But he would spend time in there, feeling a little conflicted about certain things happening recently, but would often find himself humming a familiar tune to try and calm himself. Other than that, talking to Ozen, specifically asking him if he thinks he's able to assimilate magic stuff, for lack of a better phrase.
We'll get back to you on that.
That's basically it for now.
All right. Anybody else? Or other people, I suppose. Okay, Sizik.
I cry. What?
We can't hear Cole.
Jake, your mic is, I'm gonna say interesting right now.
Uh-oh.
Your mic must have changed.
No!
It's fine. Y'all focus.
Yep.
It's okay. You guys can resolve problems. Yeah, Cole, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, my mic changed. Okay. I want to try to talk to Stelia.
Okay. What? Make a religion check.
Nope. That's a 15.
You attempt to reach out to the Lady of Prophecy. There is a connection there still. It doesn't manifest in front of you, but you can speak and with assurance that she is listening.
Okay. I would just like to know if this person who sent the letter is trustworthy, and if this cube is as simple as just a toy and not some sort of a plot to try and blow my other leg off.
Again, there's no physical manifestation, no verbal response, but a feeling of calmness, as this is simply a gift. In terms of trustworthiness, however, it is more open to your own interpretation. Trust is, how do you define that? What do you classify? What do you look for in someone that you trust? And so there's not particularly a full answer that she can give you. It is more left to what you determine. But no, the box is not a bomb.
Okay, good.
Are you sure, Mason?
You're not here. No.
I'll probably leave and then come back then.
That is all.
Okay.
Danke.
Anything else in the 8 days that you're aboard the vessel? Okay. Jerry. Sure.
Okay, I'm going to frequent the bar frequently.
Okay.
I'm going to try to learn
Like how you said
all of
frequently
these.
twice there.
Frequently frequent the bar, yes.
Yes.
And I'm going to try to learn all the different cocktails and, just if there's any, like potions, basically. I guess I'll try to learn the recipes and all.
I mean, the drinks are, if nothing less, just a different version of a potion. They're concoctions, like anything else, so you can make them. Just the primary ingredient happens to be alcohol, but that's okay. So I would take notes on the following, but I will tell you what you learn. But before you that, let's do an intelligence check to see your retention of this knowledge.
Let's just be like a nat 1.
Wow. Does my mic sound better?
Yes.
Intelligence, right?
Yes.
So 14.
14. Okay. You learn about the following drinks, and I'll just list them out for you. Triton's rum.
Okay. What does that one do?
I'm not going to tell you. You get to learn later.
Okay.
A glitter shot.
Okay.
Yep. Orcish beer.
Okay.
Dwarven ale. Very common.
Okay.
Sweet apple cider. A feather latte.
Okay.
A pumpkin punch. The dragon whiskey, as previously mentioned. Along with the goodberry cordial we also mentioned. And the last one is Giant's Mead.
Giant's Mead. Okay.
Now, just preface, all of those beverages have some kind of effect, like a potion would. They are just usually alcoholic in nature.
Okay. Can you I don't know, maybe send me a list of ingredients or something?
Oh no, the ingredients are very simple. I
Okay.
will just say for simplicity that you'll know, and when you want to make one, I'll just clarify with you if you have what you need. Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. Very well. All right. Anybody else?
Paloma
Do I know?
take time meditating and not necessarily sparring by herself, but she's running through a series of moves and stuff like that.
Okay. Very well. Any particular skill set that you're working on, or just in general?
For meditating, she wants to focus on and get better at what Master Elngil was trying to teach her. She wants to keep doing what she was doing at the temple.
Okay.
Or at the monastery.
Very well. Okay. Evadin?
Actually, I was gonna ask, Paloma, are you doing this in your room, or are you doing this on the deck?
The meditating probably in her room.
But the practicing.
Yeah, it's probably more open out there.
Okay. Because I know one of the plans I had for Evadin is just Evadin's just gonna practice fencing techniques and other stuff like that, and was going if Paloma is out there practicing at the same time, Evadin would approach to ask if you would want to practice together.
Sure, sure, we could do that.
Yeah, and Evadin does look a little surprised. I was oh, alrighty. Just because I didn't think that I don't think she would have rolled the insight earlier to try to figure out exactly why you didn't want to practice with Rancor, but.
Okay.
I don't know. Anyway, but then would just join y'all and join you in the spar and probably sparring and practicing.
Sure. All right. Well, two of you begin training, and kind of off and on throughout the next 8 days. I believe that leaves us with Altrix.
The big one.
What do you mean the big one? What the fuck?
Crafting.
Oh god.
Okay, so at 8 days, I can make 4 crafting checks a day, 64 hours worth of crafting time.
Can we say that for the first day, because I was there explicitly? I can try to help him with the first 4 with like a guidance.
Well, that's the thing. I think like during those hours you were smithing.
Yeah.
That's
This is
fair.
happening,
Okay.
Yeah, simultaneously.
That's fair. I guess I could. I think Owunul would maybe spend a little bit of time each day just checking in on you if he can.
Well, I have to spend a full 8-hour day with Owunul to learn the Shield of Faith spell. So that's minus 8 hours.
Okay.
Leaving me with 56 hours of crafting time. Or if I do,
Min-maxing
divided by 2,
travel time.
28 checks I can make.
So instead of rolling all 28 individually, go on D&D Beyond and click 28 on the D20.
Well, the
and just have
problem
it-
is, Mason, the order does matter. Because
Yes,
if I fail 3 in a row, it ruins the material.
Yes, I know. Okay, well, why don't you roll all those individually then, one by
Yes.
one, and just keep track of them.
So, first thing, Pura's revolver. Let me just pull up the sheet. so I
Just
know
go
the
fast.
DC.
Go fast. Speed roll. Speed roll.
Yes, I'm gonna try and get through this as fast as possible. Okay, 6 checks. I'm gonna roll in order. It's a DC 16, so 8 or higher is progress.
Yes.
1,
Okay.
2, 3,
There he goes.
4.
The
5.
Artificer's artificing.
I wish I had these numbers.
All right, 6. That's 6 successes in a row. Nothing crazy, so no masterwork or anything, but done.
Okay.
Let me just get that. So I was at 28 checks minus 6. I'm at 22. I get to make.
Okay.
I am going to let me double check. Did I? Okay, yeah, I did get that. All right. Oh, let me just minus the stuff from my inventory before I forget. Alchemical components. Chain essence minus. There. Okay. Next thing I am going to do is I'm going to attempt a little bit of alchemy to make magical ink.
Pretty easy.
The one thing I did not write down, so I have to go find it in the book. God
Okay.
damn it. Where is... Where's magical ink? Mason, help me.
Control F.
There's a lot of mentions of magical ink in this book, because it's also a crafting component, so it's in every recipe that calls for it.
Yep. No. It's on page 30.
Okay, I found it. Yes. One common alchemical reagent. Oh, that's even cheaper. So I'll just make 2 checks to create 2 of those. Seeing that that's not a nat 1 on either, that's a success.
Right. DC 10.
Yep, and I had a +8, so literally nat 1 is required.
Yeah.
So that's 2 alchemical reagents to make that.
Yep.
Bam. Subtract. And then that was... I'm now down to 20 checks. Okay. Workbench. I have that. I have the magical inks. 2 magical inks. 2 common essences. I can get 2 parchments on the airship.
Yes.
Alright, first thing is I'm going to attempt to make a copy of Scroll of Shield.
Okay.
So that's just a first level spell, but it's +2 because I'm copying as opposed to just doing it normally.
Yes.
so that's a DC 14. That's a success. +1 Scroll of Shield. Now for the Scroll of Faith. This one's going to be DC 12 because I have the formula from my training with Owunul. That's a success. All right. My next thing is, I guess since Owunul is just kind of spending his time, working on learning to fly and not,
Right.
I guess kind of like while he is not looking, Altrix will just kind of slink in and steal his shield. Because I need a shield for this.
Okay.
And then 1 uncommon arcane essence. Alchemical components, uncommon arcane essence. I only have the 1. Thank you. And 1 uncommon divine essence. Alchemical components. Am I? Yeah, okay. I need to synthesize a reagent. Essence crafting, divine, 2 curative, 1 reactive. I can overuse an essence, like I can use one of a higher rarity instead of a lower.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's correct.
I'm going to have to use a rare because I do not have uncommon curatives. Yeah, I'll spend then 4 hours, so 2 checks, putting me down to 18, synthesizing 1 divine, rare divine essence. And then that will give me 18 checks left. I will now begin to craft the shield.
Okay.
4 checks, DC 15. Starting off with the 7 is 15. So that's 1 success. 2. 3 with another 7. 1 fail. And then a 17, so that is a success. So that was 5 checks.
Okay.
So down to 13. And now that's done. Rune. I'm now going to attempt to place a rune on the shield. This is a DC 22. So actually might fail this one. First check. 19 on the die. Second check. 15 on the die for a 23. That's 2 successes.
Okay.
And I successfully make it. I've done it. So that's, I have 11 checks left. I'm gonna make 11 hours worth of blasting powder.
Okay, very good.
Oh, and
Very well.
I think it goes to say that I spent these 8 days making acid vials with the thing.
Yeah, I know. Okay, well, every day, just amidst your toils, Raven has just kind of quietly watched and surveyed. Hasn't said much while you're working, doesn't want to disturb you. But at the end of your travels, on as day breaks, on now the 7th of the month of Blyreth, and the airship, even early in the early hours of the morning, begins to descend back through the cloud level, back into pouring rain, and the outline of the city of Provonere, but now seen from above for the first time for all of you, begins to come into view. And There's no PA system on board, but the voice of Captain Ivory Callow rings out. Well, folks, we're coming into Provonere here. It's going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride as we breach through some clouds. Just brace for some turbulence. But if you don't mind, we'll be arriving in the next couple of hours. It's just on the horizon. Now, mind yourself on the main deck. It may be slippery. Water's going to be pouring in and might have a little bit of turbulence, like I said. But sit tight and we'll be arriving shortly. Weather, as you can see, is going to be rainy, as it is the flood season. So you folks just don't die. And she smiles and goes back into the cockpit to take hold of the wheel. And that is where we'll take our break as we begin to descend to the skyport in Provonere. But don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back very shortly. and welcome back. Rain, thunder, lightning. The city of Provonere in the distance as we sail through the downpour. Sizik approaches Paloma on board. Sorry, Anna, I lied to you. But yes, Sizik, go ahead.
I want to talk to you about something, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
Few days ago, you asked the letter. I was not fully truthful about it.
I know.
I did not tell you who it was from because I don't know who it was from. And I did not want you to worry. But
I'm gonna worry either way.
Yes. But I spoke to mein babushka. For the most part, I get the understanding that this person wishes no ill intent against myself or any of us. So there's no need to worry.
Okay.
Just wanted to say that.
What's it about?
More or less, just saying you are a good person, you are a light in the dark, and also take this puzzle cube toy to keep you occupied. It is a gift from me to you.
Huh. And did your babushka tell you who it was from?
No.
But she told you that they weren't bad?
More so that trustworthiness is up to interpretation for myself, but I do at least get the feeling that they don't harbor any ill will towards us. So.
That's good, I guess. Why'd you lie about it?
You already have to deal with so much. Thinking of what random stranger sending myself letters did not need you to have that on your plate as well. At least until I knew that they were not serial murder person.
I appreciate it, but it really just made me worry about why you were lying. You've never done that before. At least as far as I know.
Well, you have never been under so much stress constantly, eh? From having to worry about not just myself and you now, but other people here, as well as your newfound studies with all of these other people, and training, and all this other stuff. And what do I have on my plate? Finding a sad elf that somehow isn't Rancor.
Or Pura, I guess.
Oh, I meant Pura. Ugh. This being cooped in this airship is...
No, did you... I learned the other day, Rancor's a half-elf. Isn't that weird?
But I thought he was Red Man.
No, apparently he's half-elf and then half-tiefling. Still counts as a half-elf, I guess.
Technically wrong.
Shut the fuck up.
I thought most half-elf consist of elf and human.
Nah, apparently they can just have kids with anything.
Huh. Well, I digress.
Are you sure it's Pura?
I don't believe so. Because I don't think Pura is sad. I think Pura is mad at the world. And drowns sorrow with alcohol.
What was the exact phrasing again? Hold on.
I have it. Let me see. I didn't write it word for word, but the way I have it in my notes is stitch a life together, an elf, and find the truth about them.
Oh, shoot. Where did I put it? Because it didn't specifically say sad. We just interpreted it as sad.
Yeah. Well, because I have to stitch the life back together. So, I mean, clearly something's wrong.
sad elf.
So it's a sad elf.
Uh-huh.
Excuse me, sir. Would you describe yourself as a sad elf?
Who needs their life put back together?
Pura's life seems like it's falling apart.
Yeah, I can't bring people back from the dead.
Dang.
Oops.
That you know of.
Hmm.
Well, I appreciate you telling me. And in the future, would you not lie? I don't know if I enjoy too much being kept out of the loop.
But I did not see you running any circles.
I don't like secrets, especially between the two of us.
I apologize. I'll not. I will let you know these things sooner.
Thank you. And I understand why you did it, though. Have you gotten any of your tasks done?
It was true that I did help a gentleman other day. Well, before we left. So that is another one off list.
You have to help 9 other people, though, don't you?
8.
8, okay. And then a dragon.
And some elven men.
A sad
Whoa.
elven man.
Why
We
do they
will-
have to be? Why does it have to be men specifically? Who said it had to be men?
No
It
one.
didn't.
You're only allowed to help men. No
No.
helping women.
Women
Uh,
can't be sad. And can confirm.
Oh my god. They can only be angry.
Moving on.
Hungry.
Moving on. Skip.
Um,
Rewind.
No.
Anyway,
Gotcha.
I do not look forward to getting wet.
Oh, yeah, this isn't gonna be fun. But, I mean, at least we didn't have to walk here.
Geez. Much better in the airship than Owunul's terrible driving.
Or that, yeah.
I managed to found the potholes. Lol.
I kind of think that cricket might actually be demon.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I have never seen horse eat squirrel.
No, I haven't either. And
I
like,
mean,
have
cut.
we ever?
Nom nom.
to Altrix and the dragon fireflies.
To Altrix being eaten alive by cricket.
Probably the final morning on the airship. Altrix wakes up having fallen asleep at the desk again. Realizes he again kind of left the dragon fireflies out, so spends a couple minutes like collecting them. And as he puts the last one in, he realizes that there are 62 and not 63. And that the door is slightly open.
Yep.
I guess Altrix is going to start running around the ship looking for the last one.
Sure. You find Raven Vost, who has Cannibal in hand. They are overlooking the city as rain continues to pour down. I do believe Cannibal is a little bit larger.
Kind of just approaching Cannibal. Was already quite large for Dragon Firefly at about 7 inches long. However, he is a bit larger now, approximately 18.
Yep.
I'm sorry. What?
About the size of you're maybe like a bearded dragon or so.
What the fuck?
As I'm going to switch one of my infusions over to Homunculus Servant and make Cannibal my Homunculus Servant.
Yeah, for sure. This one here. Is it normal for creatures that you travel with to eat squirrels? Because to my knowledge, no squirrels should have been on board, and now I've seen now 2 animals aboard eat squirrels, both a horse that is half incorporeal, and now this.
For this one, actually, yes. Although
Okay, just clarifying.
I don't expect this.
It's quite full, I think.
They normally don't get this big.
I can see that.
You good? He looks
Does
okay.
it talk? Does it talk, or is it you just talking to it?
It understands.
Okay. Have you and your companion spoken about what happens once we dock? Is there any plans that you've set in play?
Not precisely. Kind of get our footing.
Well, as a woman of planning myself, I would highly recommend that you and your group do that.
Well, yeah, I suppose we should probably formalize exactly where we're gonna head to next. I know that, at least I believe our stop here will be brief, but I suppose that is a question we need to answer as how brief. We also need to figure out who we need to talk to.
Would you like me to round up your friends?
Yeah, I'll also find some of them.
Okay. 2 of you split up, kind of wrangling everyone into the central meeting chamber, the bar, and also dining hall area. She'll let you ask away.
So what's the plan?
That is a good point.
I forget why we were here.
We're stopping in on our estate, following up on information, checking in with Dr. Archulets, or Professor Archulets.
Dropping off the cube.
Dropping off the cube.
Fuck you.
Gelatinous cube.
Oh, thank you.
Is there anything else we need to get done while we're here?
What's our next head planning? I don't remember what. Oh, great Lord in the sky! What was our next move?
Well,
After
we
I-
haven't figured
Well,
out.
you would have time to discuss that. However, as the airship comes into port, a troop of heavily armored, gold leaflet, but almost obsidian-colored, black steel of some kind, begin to board your vessel, and doing a heavy security sweep to make sure that everything is okay. Something that you are, at least those of you that have been in the Skyport, quite unfamiliar with. That's not normal. That's new. But Captain Ivory is quick to come interrupt your meeting room. I hate to break it to you folks, but it looks like we have some security that we must go through. This is a new development. The last time I was here, this didn't happen, and apparently our clearance doesn't get us very far. So you're just going to have to wait here as they come through. They've asked us to remain in place. So, yeah. And then as she finishes that, 2 soldiers walk in and begin to...
Are they
if all of you folks
wrenching
could, if all of you folks could stand up, please. We just need to do a quick sweep of your persons. We can have no bombs on board. So,
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry. Do you
Uh,
regularly have bombs on board ships?
be quiet, sir.
Owunul, remember the attack that happened here?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
No. Okay.
that.
Never mind. That this is
If all of
reasonable.
you all of you can
Mason.
put your hands up, please, where we can see them.
They're not
And they
roach
take
Okay.
seem to take some kind of wand and begin to kind of scan over, not a metal detector, but looks a lot like what they're doing, and kind of just sweep on both sides to make sure everything's okay. Obviously, they're picking up things like your armor, Owunul, but they're not looking for that. They're looking for something else. This one's clear. 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 All right, you folks. Now, what's your business in Provonere?
We are residents. Just checking in on things at home.
Yep.
Right. If I could have a ship's manifest and a travel log, that would be helpful. Captain Ivory pulls one out, hands it over. Yes, we are here from official business of the Chancellor of Voyage, and Raylan Vost, not one to flash her political or even military authority, but makes it very known to the individuals that are sweeping over you all that she can just tell them to screw off, and that she outranks them in terms of that type of organization structure. I think you'll find that everything on board is fine. Feel free to sweep through our cargo holds as well if you need to, but I assure you on behalf of the Chancellor that these individuals bring no harm to the city of Provonere, and you will politely let us go on our way. Thank you. They nod, a little bit of understanding of who this is, kind of quickly finish up their search on board and then begin to exit. Yeah, sorry for that, folks. This is a new development again, but thank you for flying with us. Mind the weather, and I wish you the best of all luck wherever your journey continues to take us. I'll take you. We're going to head on the way back pretty shortly. We'll have to restock up here, but
That was Captain Ivory thanking us.
yes.
How tall is she? She's like 7
She's
feet.
like 6-7 foot. Yeah.
Dude, so I'm like the size of her leg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will. I'll hug her leg. Thank you, bug lady.
Well, thank you. You were quite a passenger, and I appreciate having you on board.
It's nice
You
to meet
flew the ship
Nice to
very
meet
well.
you too, Paloma. You folks
Bye
have
now.
a wonderful day.
Before we step off, I will approach Raylan Vost.
Sure. I was going to come to you, so
Is there
sorry.
anything else you take care of, or
No, I have your sending stone. I will keep in touch about the items we discussed. It's good to spend time with you.
yeah, if you don't have anything to report, you can just go ahead and just send anything really, just to, let me know that they didn't get you.
Right. I will do my best. Wish you luck
Oh,
on your journeys.
Excuse me. Bless you.
Pura sneezes and the airship
Sorry.
shakes.
Just visually fall to the sky.
Yeah.
Well, was better get to it. Appreciate the assistance with the work,
It's my pleasure.
and also for finding this guy.
It's not hard to find.
I don't know how to fix this. Do I fix this? I don't.
I think you just let it be. It's probably the best advice I can give.
Okay. I'll just sit on the shoulder. Guess I'll see you at some point.
Sure. Keep in touch.
All right. If we have everything, let's head on out.
Okay, as you turn to leave. Altrix. No, sorry, never mind. Sorry.
For what?
I was gonna say something, but it's okay.
Are we all here during this conversation?
You can be. I think that you guys are kind of getting ready to walk off the gangway, and they're kind of back in the the meeting common area. So
Okay,
I think there's a little bit of distance, probably 20, 30 feet at minimum between the two of you.
I was wondering if they were like right next to everyone or if they walked away.
Yeah.
So that's good. Where's the mantis lady?
She is standing by the gangway, so you have to walk right by her.
No.
Okay. Rancor's like, nope, I won't. I'm not getting off the ship.
I mean, if there's, you've answered a lot of my questions. If there's something I could answer for you.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a question. I enjoyed spending time with you. I think you are a wonderful guy.
And I extend that back to yourself.
Thank you. And I want you to make a perception check. As she mutters something under her breath.
I'm not good at those.
I know.
You know what?
All these poor women thirsting over Altrix. So you just keep breaking their hearts,
Why?
but not even meaning to.
Why
I
did it
will.
all go for him? What the fuck?
I will burn an inspiration.
Listen,
Okay.
you have there's someone waiting at the manor for you.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is true. This is true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I have.
What was that,
You
Mason?
said perception.
Yes.
That's a +0, so 14.
14. Enough to hear under her breath say, "By the gods, he's so naive," and just enough. I don't know if you want to act on that, but she smiles and kind of collects herself again.
I'm sorry if there's something I don't understand.
Oh, what?
Oh, it's just what you said. I'm sorry if there's something I don't quite understand. I understand I am more attuned in some fields as opposed to others.
Oh goodness. And you don't have to make an insight check this time. A blush creeps across her cheeks, very obviously this time. You are... Wow. Okay. I don't know if I've had too much Dawnberry wine this morning. So sorry. You are cute. I think you're cute. I'm going to say it, and I hope you have a great day, and I'm going to go back to my room to do something. Anything. She begins to turn to exit. Very flustered, very much a person that has said something and then immediately after saying it, they were like, oh crap. And then, yeah.
Huh. I will walk over to Paloma.
Okay.
Hey, Paloma.
Yeah.
You were friends with Yazira, right?
Mhm.
Um,
Still am. Talked to her just the other day.
yeah. And, she's...
What
What does
about
it mean when they call you cute?
Oh,
Because Yazira did that.
she did. You're right. Remember how I said she liked you in the way that, like, people's parents like each other? And you got real confused about how that would work?
Yeah?
I mean, like, that's what it means. It means they like you. In, like, a romantic way. Most of the time,
Gotcha.
because actually sometimes people can mean it platonically, which is confusing, but like most of the time it means the other thing.
Thank you, Anna. You're wonderful.
Well, that's an interesting roll.
Uh,
Oh. Gotcha. You'll excuse me one moment.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Expeditious Retreat on myself and action, bonus action, dash, run after Raylan.
Oh my gosh. Okay. You run down the stairs, and she is opening the door to go into her room as you down the corridor. Did you forget something?
No? Yes? No. Not forget, missed. Maybe. Look, I'm not great at this stuff. But if, I'm sorry, it's just one moment. It's wearing off.
Yes, I can tell you're not great at exercise. I learned.
No, not that. Conversations, people. Just some people have said some things that I didn't quite, understand. And then you said something, and I had to run it by someone, and they told me it meant something, but maybe not, and I don't know what it means. So I'm just really confused, and I could really use some illumination on the subject because I...
Sure. What?
What do you mean by cute?
Oh, that. I mean, oh my goodness. Forgive my platitudes. I mean, I find you attractive. Yes. I also think your mannerisms are attractive. And I would enjoy spending more time with you in that kind of manner.
Okay.
Right. So I don't know if you feel the same, but I know you have a lot to do, so probably not the best time. But I suppose the next time you're in the Twin Reservoirs, you can just hit me up, I think is what they say in Provonere.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, I think that'd be nice.
Yeah. I think it would be too.
I do have to go, unfortunately. But
I know.
Thank you, I think.
Yeah. She will
Is that
walk up.
correct?
She will get really close to you, just a few inches across the face, and give you just a light peck on the cheek. Have a good day.
You too. I'll just kind of awkwardly walk out.
Yeah. Captain Ivor Callow Paloma, since she was right there when you and Altrix were having that conversation, did he finally realize that she was into you?
Who?
The High Attendant?
Oh, she is?
I mean,
That's who he was talking about?
You have to be absolutely blind to miss that. And then looked at Rancor. No offense, sir.
Just because I'm terrified of you doesn't mean you can insult me like that.
I'm sorry,
He
I
says
don't
from
mean to
behind a
scare-
barrel.
I don't mean to scare. I'm so sorry if I scare you. I don't mean to.
It is nothing personal. I just apparently have a freakish fear of giant bug. No. I'm gonna go now. And I will just rake over and just walk away.
Okay, just walks down the gangway quickly, briskly, without saying anything. And Paloma, she looks back at you. Yeah, she's been dropping hints the entire time.
Oh. I didn't notice. Okay. Good for them.
Yeah. I don't know, but just...
It
Anyway,
didn't work
you
out too
folks-
great for him last time, so hopefully he can get it together this time.
Yeah, but he deserves a win at some point. Now you take good care of the rest of them.
I will.
Not many of them are responsible, but I can tell that you are. So,
No one's ever called me that before. Thank you so much.
my pleasure.
As Sizik walks by with the cube in hand and bumps into a wall, and then just immediately like it's some people just with their cell phones are just that's basically what it is.
Oh no.
Isn't Sizik supposed to be dead here?
He's definitely-
Only to red shielders.
I guess, yeah, different security team.
Also, did we all notice Altrix like juice himself up and just fucking run at sonic speed out of nowhere?
No, because you can't see.
Oh,
I
damn.
mean, you heard someone move at 90 feet
Yeah.
per round.
Anyway, we now have offloaded from the airship onto the top of the skyport. So they will keep the gangway in place for a little while. They have to, restock a little bit to get some stuff. They take Cricket and the carriage out as well, and place them on one of the freight lifts. It will take it down to the ground, and you're welcome to get on board that as well. Yes, Rancor.
As we got off, I would have spoke to Marigold on the actually, how early is or what time is it?
It is not quite midday yet, so probably 11.
But I will pull the sending stone. Lorem Ipsum checking in. Marigold. Afternoon. Just landed at Skyport. Will be by shortly. Is that less than 25?
I'll take it.
For sure.
Yeah. Oh, that's great news. I have so much to share with you. I look forward to your arrival. See you soon. Okay. And we are on the freight lift, the larger of the arcane disc, that lowers all the way through the core of one of the Skyport towers and back onto the ground. As you all exit onto the city streets of Provonere, a place that you have been not but, half a month ago. It hasn't been that long. And yet, it is strangely different than what you last recall. Last you were here, Provonere was lively, busy. The streets were crowded with merchants and shoppers and travelers and red shielders, and now there is not a soul in sight. As you kind of walk out from under the covered entryway to the skyport, a little bit of space before you actually have to step into the rain, a moderate breeze pushes a gust of wind, and in it comes tumbling a slightly damp but still intact piece of paper. And it lands face down, right in the middle of the walkway in front of Pura and Paloma.
I reach down and pick up the paper.
Sure. And if you all pay attention to what I have dropped in references, you can read what you have found. I do not care if you read it aloud or not, but there might be some awkward silence while our cast reads it silently if they don't choose to read it aloud.
Hold on.
New government,
Okay.
temporary or permanent. Following the dismantling of the Council of Provonere, the supervisory, comprised of Admiral Thicket, Senator Miletus, or how do you say that? Miletus?
Yeah.
Vicarant Dazav, and Vicarant Okoroba, has issued the following statement. Citizens of Provonere, we recognize that this transition is not without its challenges. Rest assured, our foremost priority is to fully comprehend the recent events that have transpired and, subsequently, to mitigate and prevent similar occurrences in the future. Your safety remains our greatest concern, and your cooperation is deeply appreciated. During these trying times, we encourage you to continue your daily activities as we navigate these times. Despite assurances, many question the true nature of the supervisory and whether their presence in Provonere will extend indefinitely. With uncertainty looming, we anticipate significant changes on the horizon. Economic turmoil. Recent shifts in the political landscape have directly impacted the economy and daily life in Provonere. The Skyport remains under heavy trade restrictions, and economic analysis predict a continued decline in prosperity in the coming months. Bye-bye Red Shielders? Citizens question whether proposed militant enforcer group, the Gilded Order, will fully replace the Red Shielders or merely work alongside them. Admiral Thicket has declined to comment at this time, but assures citizens that they are in great care and that public safety remains the highest priority. Meanwhile, former Grand Officer Mox Flynn of the Red Shielders has yet to respond to our inquiries. With new leadership and a potential overhaul looming, uncertainty surrounds the future of Provonere's long-standing protectors. Rainy forecast. News from the east. An airship crashed in Pickled Pines a few days ago after flying far off course. Witnesses report seeing the vessel catch fire midair before plummeting into the forest. No airship groups have reported a missing vessel, raising questions about its origin. A strange moon-shaped insignia was spotted on the wreckage.
Sir,
Insignia? Like the one on Tony's map?
Yes,
Sounds like
that.
There's also
no.
Clear
Sir?
Janorum breaks the silence. Former chair of the Council of Provonere shares her thoughts on recent events.
All right, we're going to Pickle Pines. Fuck over everything we're doing here. Back on the
sir, an
airship.
airship
Let's
has
go.
hit Pickle Pines. A moment of silence.
An airship
We're
just
going
hit the
Pickle
second
Pines.
line.
The second pickle.
Yes, so just to reiterate for our audience and our cast, this is a copy of today's print issue of the Hex Tribune, Provonere's primary news outlet. So, perhaps some changes have been made while you've been gone.
All right.
Oh no.
We need to regroup back at the chateau.
Yeah.
I already informed Marigold. She knows we're on our way. Although I would like to say, did I not suggest this stuff earlier to the council?
Suggest what?
Locking down on security, all that stuff, so shit like before didn't happen?
Well, let's just do what we can now.
All right, we go to the chateau.
Make your way quietly through the streets of Provonere, again, quiet as they are, and up towards Consilas Hill, where you enter into the coastal chateau. In fact, as you arrive, some impressive modifications and improvements have been made in your absence. There's a whole new building that's been built in the back lot, where it seems that the staff have taken up residence, and quite a few installations of various facilities has been completed. And Marigold Burrows, as eager as she is, opens the door right as you're arriving, as if she's been sitting there for 30 minutes, waiting until you got close to her and be like, "Welcome home, everybody!" All right, welcome back, of course. I hope you had a great time wherever you went. And before we get into any business, I'm pleased to let you know that in your absence, as instructed, I have hired some fine individuals, to keep the Coastal Chateau running smoothly. And if you'll please allow me to give you a tour, and introduce all of your wonderful employees.
I would like to know, why wouldn't you seek out the best? Why would you simply seek out workers that are only fine?
I had limited time. And limited working availability, given the current events. No mind that. Okay, so she takes you into to where the artisans are working. Okay, so this is Varnus Drewheel. He is one of our artisans. It's a taller, male, gnomish fellow with blonde hair and a blonde beard. He wears artisan clothes. Simple leather tool belt stocked with fine carving implements is around his waist. And next to him, this is Alira Vimir, one of our other artisans. This is a shorter female half-elf with long brown hair, straight, with golden epaulets on her shoulders, and a golden head dressing. And our final artisan is Dromo's Ironworm, and he is a tall, handsome male silver dragonborn who looks very much like an aspiring blacksmith. It just hasn't quite gotten to that level of skill yet. And then, if you'll follow me over here to our blacksmithing area, for the forge, we have Godruk Stun. He is one of our blacksmiths. There is a human male with black hair and a goatee, looks to be in his mid-40s. And his professional partner is Miria Forgeblood, another blacksmith. And it is a muscular female orc with long black hair and gray skin tone. And then, if you will, we'll go to to the library and the study. So here we have Savara Quillshade, our resident scholar. Who's a blue-skinned, blue-haired female tiefling with glasses that are perched right at the end of her nose. She clutches a leather-bound tome to her chest as she waves to all of you. And then for our recruiter, we've also brought on Lyris Dawnwing. It is a white plumage female owl Aarakocra, a retired member of the Red Shielders Guard, and she seems to bear a silver shield. Her armor is polished to a impeccable gleam, with a flowing blue cape that kind of drapes behind her over her shoulders. And for our stockhouse, we have our inventory specialist, Talik Hobbentrack. He keeps track of our supplies, and this is a male halfling with an impressive brown handlebar mustache. He is wearing a well-fitted vest over a crisp white shirt. Looks most like a businessman, holding a clipboard and tapping a quill against his parchment as he's checking off items, doing inventory. And then our resident arcanist is Branton Bolst. Is a red-furred and black-spotted male Khajiit that is a tiger, cheetah, and leopard folk. And he has long, clad purple robes over him. And then in our garden, we have our wonderful Valith Trinnis. It's an older male elf with long, wavy gray hair and green vestments. And his hands appear weathered and dirt-stained, even with the rain coming down today. And now on to our defenders. These are the people that are keeping watch for us, though nothing bad has occurred while you've been gone, I assure you. So the first is Torin Veldrick. It is a tall, green-skinned orc male with slick black hair and a red coat. And beside him, we have Josh Brightlance, another one of our defenders. You see a slim, very beautiful human female, long, well-cared-for brown hair, wearing a golden leather armor and carrying a staff as a polearm master. And then after that is Felwyn Dusier, another one of our stout defenders. It's a large, stout male dwarf with a thick brown beard and slick hair. He's got full plate armor on, and despite his stature, he is firmly gripping a tall spear and a shield of dwarven make over it. And Rancor, you actually recognize this shield make from Phyrexia. Although you can't see it, but you can ask later. I'm just telling you. And last but certainly not least, we have our recent addition is Thaloran Mythivon, and he is rounding out our defenses, and this is a slim, very beautiful white dragonborn male with rainbow-tipped scales. Never seen anything like that, and he's got a rapier at his hip. And that, my wonderful employers, is our fine new staff. They've all been very hard at work at keeping the Korthals Chateau in tip-top shape while you've been gone, and I hope that you'll find them more than capable to fill their roles. One last thing, sorry. In your absence, our defenders were recruited temporarily to help with some of the moving going on at Consilas Keep. And so they actually earned some personal income for themselves, but also a 300 gold pieces income for the estate. So we have saved that in our treasury for you as well. Well, I know that was a lot. I'm sorry to take up too much of your time, but also all of your orders have been completed to a T, so everything's finished. Is there anything that I can do for you? Any questions you may have? I know it's a lot.
Where did you find everyone? It seems to be a very diverse bunch.
Yes, so I had to put out quite a few inquiries for work. Had to go fetch several of the local guilds and people seeking work. With the recent changes in the political sphere, it is thankfully, I suppose, created quite a bit of available people for work. We've also had a few people travel in from surrounding areas, but not too far. Just some Ubenberg and Kalefall area. But yes, it took me a good week or so before I had a good group of starting staff, and we've just kind of slowly added to that bunch in the 3 weeks that you've been gone.
Did the Bastion level up while we were gone?
It hasn't leveled up, but it has completed some of its task that you left it to do. And as I say some, it hasn't completed all of its task. So you are welcome to navigate to the Bastion tracker sheet, and we can break that down. Yes. Okay. So the workshop has completed making jewelry. We have jewelry available now. The library has been researching privately on Project Akadon on behalf of Altrix. The smithy has made one full metal plate of armor. The barrack has been recruiting. Obviously, you have 4 defenders now. The storehouse, Pura, as your instruction was, to purchase 500 gold pieces worth of alcohol for stocking. They have 500 gold pieces worth of alcohol, based on what you gave them. The Arcane Study has made a book. That's what you asked them to do. And the garden now has 100 rations available for pickup.
Have they sold any of the alcohol?
No, the first cycle was just to buy stuff.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you. Good work.
Thank you.
I think we all need to just gather our things. Just assess some of the work you have done. Then we'll have to get back to our own business.
I don't anticipate you staying long. I wasn't even anticipating your arrival until Rancor messaged earlier. But obviously it is yours, so if anything you need, we are here to help you and assist you.
Do you happen to have paperwork for everyone?
Paperwork?
Like background checks and whatnot?
Those don't exist, to clarify.
How do you do a
That's not a real
background
thing.
check on a
Yeah,
man?
that's not a real thing.
Vibe check him.
Yeah, vibe check. Some of them have signed contracts, if that's what you're asking for, but that's the extent of paperwork. And their payment is negotiated as part of the revenue generated here at the Coastal Chateau.
Are all the hirelings like standing up or like around, or are they off
Yes,
doing other things?
yes. I mean, they're in
Okay.
their respective areas of work, but if you wish to go talk to them, they will stop what they are doing to.
I just meant like were they all like gathered around for?
No, you had to
Preparing.
follow her. You had to follow her through the Coastal Chateau as
Oh,
she went to
well,
each
I would
place.
have pointed at a random one, and just been like, "Are you a bum?"
You would
They're
have
not a
gotten
bum.
no's from. You would have gotten no's from everybody.
Insight. No.
Altrix follows with the detect magic, saying they're not a bomb.
Yeah, not a bomb, not a bomb. Yeah, exactly.
What if they're not magical bombs?
Just regular bombs.
Do we
All
hear-
bombs are magical.
Do we hear any ticking noises?
No. And Paloma, just like you
Are you
left
sure?
it, there are.
As we have established, there was
70
only
platinum
one
pieces in your
non-magical
floorboards.
bomb, and we already
Oh,
blew
yeah.
it up. Because it was in Tony's basement.
I'm never not going to trust Mason again. Anytime there's a new NPC, there's a 50-50 chance they are a bomb.
I mean, yes, technically that would be true. Yes or no. That is 50-50, I
They're
suppose.
either a bomb or not.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go try to find the storehouse guy.
Yes. You found the
Alec
storehouse.
Hoppen-
Yes. Talek Hobbentrack. Yes. All right. Nods, acknowledging your entry as he continues to sit at a desk and is checking off things and running through, using codes to identify each of the boxes.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Pura. I heard you're in charge of the storehouse.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
What have you got?
I was informed by Marigold Burrows to purchase 500 gold pieces worth of alcohol. I have done that. They are here, a variety of inventory and stock. Is there anything you'd like me to do with those?
Sell and buy more.
Okay. I will begin to procure buyers. I will know that it may take a little longer than expected as the market is a little difficult at the moment.
Wouldn't that be make it better though? More.
I mean the fact.
demand?
I mean the fact that it's harder to get to people that are willing to buy them.
Oh, I see.
Yes, less buyers available.
And alcohol has it been like regulated now or anything? Like
No,
prohibition?
No, not regulated, but just market in general for all goods is not great at the moment.
Okay. So did you get any white wine too?
I do have a few bottles. Yes. Would you like one?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. He takes out a bottle of white wine worth 20 gold pieces. Hands it to you.
Thank you. Also, if you do find some Dragon's Breath whiskey, make sure to buy them.
Noted. Dragon Breath whiskey. Got it.
Yep. All right. Well, keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
All right. Well, since we're doing that, let's go ahead and resolve a bastion turn. So you guys go ahead and give me your employees what you wish to have them do in your absence in the future while you're gone. Obviously, Sizik, there's 100 rations available before you can do anything else. Those have been harvested and are ready for pickup.
I'll store half of them and then just kind of distribute the other half for everybody to kind of hold on to.
Okay.
And then just tell them to maintain. Keep on keeping on.
Sure. All right, I will harvest again. Okay. All right. Anybody else? Got jewelry available for pickup, full plate ready for pickup, and a book ready for pickup.
Sure, I'll get the full plate, I guess.
Okay, Owunul takes a full plate. And then, crafting wise, is there anything you'd like them to craft again? Or
I mean,
full plate?
so how many full plates have we crafted?
One.
In this entire time, one.
It's
Yes.
very expensive.
Oh my fucking god, this better be the best fucking metal plate I've ever seen.
They are like 15, 16, 17, 1800 gold pieces. So it takes a long time to procure the materials to do that. So it's nice. It's well made, but
I see. Duly noted. I don't know what to do with this.
okay.
Is there like a storage in the bastion I can put it in? Just
Yes,
storage
there's enough
room?
storage. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. If somebody will keep track of what's in storage on behalf of the bastion, that'd be fine.
Okay,
so
hold
50
on.
rations. Thank you, Anna. 50 rations and 50 rations and a full plate.
50 rations and a set of full plate armor.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll go back and update our document to include storage later. All right. Jewelry and book. Anybody?
I'll take the jewelry.
Okay. Anything you want the workshop or the smithy to craft?
I want to use my action for the library to do another research.
Okay. Let's get to that. Let's do that one last because I do have a
Yeah.
to get through on that. Yeah. Okay. I'm assuming you guys want the barrack to continue recruiting.
I guess.
More boys.
More. Yes.
More lads. More dudes.
I need more men.
All right. Anybody want the book from the Arcane Study?
Rancor's the one who built it.
What else were we supposed to do?
What's the book about?
It's a book.
It's a blank book.
Oh, it's just a blank book.
It's a blank book.
Rancor, you could write a story about our travels so far.
Was he just scribble on it?
Well, see, that's the thing. I know you would never do that because you're paranoid and would never write anything like that in a book.
And I'll have you know, I can write better than that.
And also, you can't read.
He actually has a magic item that lets him read.
Actually, he can.
Owen doesn't know that.
Actually.
You have
Does
watch
Owen
blank
have-
or read in front of
Does
you.
Owunul have any sort of writing, like on him, on his armor, anything?
No. All I've got is like the fucking family insignia somewhere on the chest plate, and that's it. There is no words.
Shit, it would have been funny if I just read something off him.
It would have. Especially
Like,
Have a
considering
blank
that
book and ask Owunul to read it.
Owunul will take his sweet damn time flipping those pages.
Okay, so we are missing tasks for the arcane study, the smithy, and the workshop.
The smithy needs
I mean-
to. Okay.
Another plate
let's
armor.
see. Yes.
The only important thing.
Okay,
Like, I
we need
think-
to equip our defenders. So I want you to take the plate that we just
I'm
made.
assuming our
and-
defenders have equipment.
Yes, but not all of them have plate armor.
I would like to give the plate armor to one of them that does not already have it, and set the smithy to make another one.
Good call.
We need our men to be well defended. Helm.
Just gonna have a legion of knights.
Oh
for
wait,
one house.
wait, Mason. Can I
Yes.
pray a little prayer to Helm to protect this one extra special? I don't know.
I'm not gonna make a roll for that. You say a prayer. Whether or not that happens is totally arbitrary, but
Protect this random dude.
Yeah.
Who we're gonna name Kevin, by the way, so he's not random anymore.
He has a
have
name.
They already have names.
God damn it, Mason!
He
Did you not
introduced
listen-
them.
Did you not listen to anything I just said?
Clearly not.
Mason, what do you think the answer to that question
That's fair.
is? Just
All right.
You
think
can
about that.
sweep-
Think about it. Did I
mean-
listen?
There's Torin, Joss, Felwyn, or Thalarin.
No. I'm naming. His name is Kevin.
All right, Thalarin's now Kevin.
Nope.
I'm not naming that. I'm not
It's like when
saying
you're playing
the
an
name.
RPG and you can rename the NPCs.
It's like, oh, you're playing as Link? No, you're playing as Gerard.
Jonkler.
Anyway, all right. So, task for the workshop to complete and the arcane study.
Can the arcane study make spell scrolls?
No.
Yep. I think at later levels, yes, but
At level 9, we can commission it to make common or uncommon magic items.
Yeah.
The only thing important or really useful right now would be Arcane Study Charm, but that's just after spending a long rest in your Bastion, you gain a charm that lets you cast Identify for 7 days. That's it. We can make an Arcane Focus or a book. So,
Oh, speaking of focus, I ponder my orb.
honestly,
Mason,
let's
what
do an
time
arcane
is it?
focus.
It's
What?
afternoon.
I can make use of an arcane focus. Let's do that.
Wait, you need an arcane focus?
He's just gonna have the arcane study build one.
The orb does not count as an arcane focus.
Yes, it does.
Fine,
yes,
I'll
it
take
does.
it.
I'm going to gift the orb to
Oh
Altrix
my god.
so that
Oh my
he
God.
may ponder the orb.
All right, I
Altrix,
take the
please
orb.
destroy the orb.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare!
Siphon it.
I'll give you 500 American dollars.
I am.
Not really, but
Altrix now has the orb of time. Please remove that from your inventory, Owunul.
Yes, good. Now you
do
too will
still,
ponder
do
the
you
orb.
still want the study to make another arcane?
I mean, we could probably sell it for a lot more than an empty book.
Yeah, this is true.
isn't an Arcane Focus like 1 gold?
No, they're usually like 20 to 25 gold pieces.
We could
Yeah,
maybe.
compared to a blank book.
So, if we don't want to worry about selling them, we could supply them to one of the, I don't know, places around here that sell magic items. Like, I don't know, maybe the Hexblade. I don't know.
Well, yeah, by supplying them, you mean selling
Yes.
it to them.
Yes.
So, to clarify, once again, you want an arcane focus, not a book.
Yes.
Okay.
Or,
Can I have the book though if no one's taken it?
sure.
No, what
Paloma
if, hear
writes a
me out,
book.
what if you make a book an arcane focus?
You could. That's
No.
called a spell book.
Yes.
It's
No,
separate.
specifically the Bastion turn. makes the arcane focus a book.
All right. So the workshop, what will they be making?
What did they make previously? Jewelry?
They made jewelry.
We'll just do it
They
again.
have jeweler's tools, weaver's tools, carpenter's tools, leatherworking tools, glassblower's tools, and tinkerer's tools.
Let's do jewelry.
Can't they just make anything with whatever tools they have there?
Pretty much. Any mundane item.
Jewelry.
So,
Can we sell it?
Yeah, you can sell it.
yeah, that's the
Do I
whole
have
point
to
of making
tell-
jewelry.
Like the storehouse to like sell it, or would they sell it?
They would sell it. You'd have to sell it independently on your own.
Oh.
But that's probably for the best, because if we sell them like in bulk to a jeweler, we can negotiate and probably get a better
Yeah.
price.
Okay, so jewelry. Okay.
Actually, how much jewelry do we already have?
1.
1.
I will go sell this jewelry and then
We have
split
eight
the
jewelry.
proceeds. God damn it!
You snooze, you lose.
I will do something useful. Ah, man.
All right.
Oh,
This sucks.
All right, and Altrix.
Library.
Yes. What did the Coastal Chateau Library learn about Project Akadon? The following new pieces of information. The first is team roles. Yes, the first is some details on what specific roles each of the team members was filling. So Daikia, who was the team lead, the project supervisor, also the lead researcher, also professor of alchemy and archaeology. And a fun fact that the library will ask you is, did you know that Daikia Rowanwin is the daughter of the current Grand Magister of the Collegium Tidal? We found that out in our research.
Mason, are you
Anyway.
either going to speak slower or give me this information separately?
I can speak slower.
Thank you.
I mean, I can also give it to you separately, but I will speak slower.
I feel like
okay, so Daikia
Mhm.
is the team lead and the project researcher.
Don't be an asshole.
I know.
Cast Firebolt
and-
on Mason.
Yeah, the head researcher and a professor of alchemy and archaeology.
Fun fact.
Yeah, fun fact, did you know that Daikia Rowanwin is the daughter of the current Grand Magister of the Collegium
Yes.
Tidal?
I mean, we did, yes.
Altrix knew that. Nobody else did.
I feel like
Owunul-
everyone assumed.
Owunul does not
Probably.
need to know. Owunul does
yeah.
not care.
That's fine. Mox is a linguistics expert, a wildlife specialist, and a researcher and defender. The defender part, obviously. Everything else is new to you. Onyx is public relations, a financial backer, and a cartographer. And then Andrew is a defender, a field medic / healer, and a researcher.
A very good healer.
No. So that's the first piece of information there. Anna, let me know when you're ready for the next one.
God.
Okay. Next one is there's an ancient legend of the city of Caldenhyde. The attempt to create a floating city that seems to have been inspired by an already pre-existing city, which the library believes to be Akadon.
Okay.
Cool.
And the last piece of information to get, 3 pieces, is one particular legend, though it hasn't been confirmed to be true, but a legend nonetheless, is that Akadon is perhaps the only surviving, or was perhaps the only surviving part of a much larger settlement known as Starfell, which seems to have been destroyed a long, long time ago, though no reference has been made to this particular place in any other ancient historical text aside from this one legend.
Okay then.
And now what do you want the library to look into?
Library's orders are to investigate one Silvar Adronis.
Okay. Okay. I do believe that concludes our fashion turn. Okay. All right. And you guys may distribute 300 gold pieces amongst yourselves from the earnings of the defenders.
Og.
How much would that be
So-
a piece?
300 divided by
300
7?
Hold on, I got it.
Yeah. It'll be about, what, 30?
42. Anna will do the math.
Yeah, I'll do the math. And I'll message everybody.
Quick maths.
Yeah.
Yes.
So with that,
The answer was always 42. Wait a minute.
nothing else to really do here in the Bastion unless Paloma wants to collect her 70 platinum from the floor.
Does she? You know what? She'll take some of it.
Alright.
Okay then.
Reconvening, just like in the
So we all get 42.
dining room.
Yes, everybody gets 42 gold pieces.
Okey-doke.
I think a few people get an extra gold
No,
piece.
everybody gets 42.
We're doing even.
Okay.
Right. We'll
All
split
right,
up the rest later.
Yeah.
All right.
Our
'cause it's
main
dazzled.
housekeeper, that's
Where's-
it's Marigold, right? That's
How
her
am I
name.
taking it?
Marigold's
Excuse me?
the
Marigold,
Is her name?
Marigold's our main housekeeper.
Yeah, she is the Bastion manager.
Yeah, she's the one who sleeps in Owunul's room.
a big, strong, nice man.
Yes.
We never said
Correct.
strong. We just said big, nice man.
Yeah.
Large,
Yeah,
nice
just
man.
a big nice
Large,
man.
nice man.
The strong was implied.
No,
No.
it wasn't.
Oh, fuck off. Everyone collectively said no.
No.
Y'all can fuck off.
Hey, for
Large
once, I
is a
didn't say
very
something.
specific word.
Regardless.
Lorem Ipsum, what lies next for you?
All right.
So, I believe
we have the cube.
Oh, right. So we need to go sell the cube, right? Someone needed to go talk to a specific. Oh, that's I don't
Noon,
think
right?
Owunul would not know that.
Yep. We should all go speak with Professor Arcolette, see if he made any progress.
This is a good
On
idea. We should all be
anything.
here for that because we should all know this.
Is there anything else y'all looking into?
We may want to look into preparing for our next long journey. I believe we talked about going to the north. We will need to make plans for that, I guess.
Or should we
Well-
go to Pickle Pines?
Well, that's always an option.
I mean,
You
no,
can never go wrong with
actually,
Pickle Pines.
Our strongest lead is Pickle Pines right
Pines
now.
at the moment.
Are you shitting me?
The airship with a moon-shaped icon on it crashing in Pickle Pines. No one claims what it is, but yet it bears the same symbol that we found on Tony's map.
Man, I really zoned out this time.
Pickle
Oh my
Pines
god.
declared war.
I didn't
far
notice
it is.
that Pickle Pines became a main story point. How
No,
did
no,
I
no,
miss
the
this?
Moon,
It
the
was
moon
literally the
people.
news clipping.
It was.
The moon people.
There
They
is an
declared
X.
war
There's
on
2
TikTok.
X's near Pickle Pines.
Yeah, I
But no
don't know
circles.
if that's related or not.
We should go check out
I don't
shit.
think Pickle Pines necessarily is the site they meant to land.
It might have been a crash landing.
But when they had like, there's at least there was something of interest near Pickle Pines, so it could have been flying by.
They could have also been flying over.
So
Well,
I
yeah, flying over.
I
But this is
think
what we
that
need to check anyways, though, I think. If we have the time.
we can go investigate the wreckage.
Yeah,
In the
maybe we can
meantime,
find something of use.
lead.
The newspaper specified how long ago that was reported?
No, it just says a few days ago.
So that was like midway through our journey here from Oshivester. So if we hurry and we take an airship, for example, to get there, we may get there before it's been picked clean. But I don't know how good of an opportunity that would even be.
It's also possible they were perhaps in transit to one of the other circles on our map.
If we can look at the crash site, we may be able to... Oh, wait, no, sorry. Owunul's not smart enough for that.
I mean,
Fuck!
if we look at the crash site, we may be able to determine which direction they were flying.
Yeah, Owunul's not smart enough for that.
Also, if there's any leads in the
So-
crash.
You forget, I
Provonere
rolled
is
a
a
5,
major
a 6, a 7, and a 6 whenever I was trying to learn how to fly. What's direction?
Provonere is a major skyport. Twin Reservoirs is a major skyport. Do we know of any
It
other
is-
ones? Well,
Twin Reservoirs is not a major skyport.
well,
that
it's
was
a
just-
skyport,
A
correct?
private skyport.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But in terms of business, and if you'll reference in the references channel, there's the map of the active skyports.
Yeah.
Elatar Bay and Provonere are the only two major skyports on Phenorbia.
Doesn't that...
Elatar Bay is in the east, southeast in Escopia.
Wait, so if you look at the skyports and you look at Provonere and you look at the other one on the east, does Pickle Pines fall between the two?
Well, it doesn't
like,
mean that
Um,
they're going to go to another airport. That means
Pickle
you know,
Pines is a little north of a straight line between the two.
So maybe they were going from one place to the other and just crashed in the middle. Or,
I mean, it's possible they were over Lake Phenorbia, started going down, and then veered north to land in Pickle Pines.
why'd they go down?
they
That's it,
suck,
that's-
It
apparently.
said it caught fire and crashed. So
Okay,
clearly someone attacked it.
you don't know that.
But if these are our enemies, then who did?
Or it's a red herring.
Maybe it crashed on purpose to draw attention away from other sites.
So the
Could be.
question is, how do we want to get there? If that is where we want to go.
Ship would be best, fastest. We make sure we
Paloma.
get there before things happen.
Will you make a survival check for me?
Sure.
Oh yes, did we safely unloaded everything, right?
Yes, you did.
I assume so.
Cool.
Don't fail, Paloma.
I
No
did
pressure.
not.
7.
Yes.
6.
Survival.
I've got the 5.
Not a 6. A 26.
26. Very nice.
Oh, damn.
So when you and Sizik were on the road from Straxorus, and keep in mind that Straxorus is north of Pickle Pines. Now the road is not by the Crowflies, of course, but it took you about 2.5 months to transcontinentally traverse across Phenorbia. Even by airship, given the speed that you flew, the 26 is very high, so you would deduce all of this information. It would take you a substantial amount of time to fly from Provonere to Pickle Pines. You're looking at, not to mention the terrain, is the conditions are bad. Looking at the map of active skyport routes, there is perhaps a reason that there is not a direct line that connects Elatar Bay to Provonere, but because perhaps the center of Phenorbia is not ideal conditions to fly an airship in. So even if you flew a straight line, you'd have to fly almost directly over the Adawel Peaks, which are towering mountain ranges, snow-capped, and you would not want to fly an airship in that direction. So you could take an airship, sure, but with the 26, you would deduce that if you did, by the time you arrived, those wreckages would not be there.
Okay.
Instead, you're going to need a much faster mode of transportation.
I will convey all of that.
Okay. So
Well,
sometime
Could we
if my
have shoot, I forget her name. The lady who teleported us back and forth from Sizik, Sizik's fake
Madame
execution.
Janor?
Yeah, Madame Janorum.
Could she teleport us there?
we do have friends in high places.
And we should probably talk to Officer Mox too and just.
Oh
see
yeah,
what's
maybe
going on.
update him on what we found.
Okay. That sounds like a good idea.
Who just left?
I know.
No, I
Alright.
said who just left.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
All right. That sounds like a pretty good idea. Do we want to split up, go talk to all these people individually?
No, I think we should go as a
Absolutely
group.
not. Please don't do that.
I think we should
I
start.
True, we're splitting
could.
the party.
You can. It just means that I have.
I think
to
we
now-
send Sizik alone to go do all
Yeah.
these.
I can
Oh my
spread out
God,
all.
no.
I can spread out all the vital information amongst the group if you really want me to. But
Okay. All right. Mox Flynn, Madame Genorum, Professor Archulets.
Q.
Any...
Mox Flynn,
Q.
Professor Archulets, Madame Janorm, Q.
Q. All right. Let's go. Mox Flynn and Genorum will probably be the closest. Followed by likely the Cube, then Archulets.
Oh yeah, we're their neighbors now.
Oh, that's
Yep.
true. We are. That's hilarious.
All right. All right. Let's get to it.
On the road again.
okay. Mox first. Norm first.
Mox.
to
My map isn't
Mox.
labeled
Mox is-
anymore. Who's closer?
He
Mox.
doesn't matter.
Genorum might be busier between the two.
Okay. Well, I mean,
So-
are either of them going to be busy now that they've been fired?
Yeah,
Well,
they
we'll-
no longer have
we'll
the
see.
conversations.
I'm sorry. How'd they get fired again? Why did they get?
Riley,
Because-
you've got to read the newspaper in the references channel, man. I'm sorry.
Or just remember
literally
what
read
the
it
main
out
thing
loud.
that happened in Provonere. You know, a terrorist attack. The
telling
government was
you.
I'm
shit.
sorry.
This was a big one. I zoned out fucking hard.
Yeah.
It was
I
like
know.
an entire 4 or 5 chapters worth of D&D.
Oh my
Anyway,
fucking
moving
God.
on. All of you disembark in the rain, and again, it's quiet and calm up on Consilas Hill. Usually, a few red shoulders would be on patrol, but you don't see anybody. You can see Consilas Keep in the distance, but even it has multiple floors where its lights are off. Substantially reduced governmental workforce is taking charge. And Owunul, you know for a fact that your father, if he would be anywhere, would be there. So don't go there unless you really want.
I'm sorry. I was reading the newspaper. Can you say that again?
Your dad's at the
Yep.
government building.
Don't go to Consilas.
Which one?
The big one.
Which-
Big one. Yes.
Sorry, for a second there, I thought you meant which dad.
Yep. Anyway.
As
That
we're
would be
walking,
funny.
I will kind of start reaching into my bag. I know we're in familiar waters, but it doesn't make them any less dangerous. And I will first hand Pura your revolver.
Okay.
Oh.
I actually
Oh.
have a handout for you, Jared. If you'll hold
Okay.
on for just 1 second, I'll send it to you.
While he does that,
The squad suit up.
I will then hand Paloma. You can go ahead, add into your inventory a pair of adamantine bracers.
Aw, rad.
Ooh. Oh, so
Uh,
that's what I was working on, wasn't it?
Yes, that is a custom item in D&D Beyond. You can find it there.
Jared, I have added. I've sent you the link so you can add it to your inventory. It is called the hemostatic repeater.
Ooh.
Also, Mason,
like
if you
that.
want to go ahead and share the image for that for everyone to see, because I worked hard on it.
Oh, you're gonna.
Fair enough.
Yes.
And,
by Owens, very well.
Lastly, Owunul, you have just now realized you have been walking without your shield for some time.
Yeah,
Go
this
ahead,
sounds about
remove your
accurate.
shield from your inventory and go ahead and add an item I just sent to Mason. Let me just double check the draconic
what's funny?
resilience.
I vaguely in the back of my head, I was like, oh, someone said something about a shield. That's probably not important. It's not like I'm the only one who has a shield.
I literally said I steal Owunul's shield while he's distracted.
Well, it was while Riley was distracted too.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
So go ahead, remove your shield, and add a custom shield called the Draconic Resilience.
Ooh. I like that.
It's just
You guys want-
Draconic Resilience.
You want Art of the Hemostatic Repeater, wonderfully drawn by Owens. It is in the reference channel as well. That is what Pura's revolver looks like.
Did you shoot
Very nice.
fucking blood syringes or some shit?
Yes.
Ew.
Okay. Well, the pitter patter of rain, still very present. You arrive at, well, not Officer Mox's house anymore, just Mox. But as you draw near, you overhear a conversation, perhaps midway through. But to listen in, I'll have all of you make a stealth check.
All right.
Do we get advantage because it's raining?
Are you sure you want me to make a stealth check, Mason?
You don't have advantage because it's raining. You do have a +2 to your stealth check though because of the rain.
That's crazy. I still have
Do
disadvantage.
you want us to add that to it, or you want us to do that afterwards?
Add your +2. That's correct.
Okay.
You'll just tell me the number.
Okay, so
So I'll have a +4, but I'll be at disadvantage.
Wait,
plus
where's plus anything?
+2 from the rain. The rain,
Oh.
the sound of rain.
Plus your normal stealth.
Plus, okay.
Oh my
Yeah.
fucking god.
All right.
it's okay.
Paloma.
No, it's not.
No, I'm there too.
No, it's not.
I'm
I
there
got-
too.
All right, y'all focus.
Hold on, I'm just
Paloma.
gonna take a picture of this. I'm gonna take a
25.
picture of this. This is ridiculous.
25,
This is
okay. Rancor?
ridiculous.
A nat 20 for a total of 27.
Okay. Pura.
23.
Okay. Altrix.
6.
6. Owunul.
So it's a 7. Both dices were 3s.
Okay. And I did roll for Sizik and Evadin, just so everybody knows, because they are here. Okay. Well, as you approach, you overhear the following conversation taking place from likely in the living room of Mox's house. Look, I know you disagree, but at least speak to the people. They are just as much your people as they are mine. Even more so, in fact. Then why remove me from the council? You've taken away the only agency that I have. Mox, you know exactly why. For a number of reasons. One, I know you. You work better when you take a step back and refocus. Secondly, I'm trying to spare your name. Can't you see that? It's gonna be dragged through the mud. You're a good man. You don't deserve to be ridiculed, and if Thicket gets his way, that's exactly what would happen. He shouldn't even be involved. What happened to democracy, Onyx? You and those religious fanatics are going to let Admiral Thicket institute martial law and take democracy right out from underneath all of us. It's not that simple, Mox. It's politics. And there's a pause. To hell with the politics. What happened to doing the right thing? You know you've changed. My friend would never have compromised doing good for some political deal. Now all that stands before me is a man molded by political intrigue. Another pause. We've both changed. Life has been gracious to us both, and yet time has left a festered wound. I won't waste any more of your day. And there's a pause as whoever that is, Onyx perhaps, prepares to leave before Mox's voice chimes back up again. Onyx, wait. I miss her too. And there is a slow response. Not like I do. And the front door opens onto a recently built porch of Officer Mox's house. And hiding kind of around the corner is the bulk of the party. However, between Owunul and Altrix and Sizik, the three of you all doing terrible on your stealth checks and Evadin not doing great.
Fingers an inch away from the doorbell.
Yeah, exactly. He opens the door and without quite fully turning back, looks and very easily clocks the three of you all just there, kind of in the bushes off to the side. You're not well hidden by any means. Mox, we have company. And quickly, Mox Flynn comes to the door and analyzes it. Oh, sorry, I thought I was having something else. Lorem Ipsum, Senator Onyx Miletus, if I may introduce you, please come inside. And he peers around the corner and kind of anticipates the rest of you that are in hiding to come into his house.
Yeah, okay.
Doesn't know you're there, but
Can I make a insight check, I guess it would be, to see if he recognizes me? Or, like, sees any familiarity?
see if Senator Onyx Miletus recognizes you?
Yes.
Yes. Sure. And while you do that, I will describe what he looks like. Onyx Miletus is a towering man in terms of compared to previously Officer Mox, standing at about 7 to 7.5 feet tall. He is a Goliath that looks down at all of you. He has no hair, it's bald, and there are tattoos that crawl across his body in red. He is draped in a long black and red robe, and he's not wearing a shirt. It's just at his waist and then drapes down, and then there's a robe that's kind of over one shoulder, very much a Roman toga, if you will. But Altrix, go ahead. Insight check.
18.
18. Okay. Let's see how well, if he does do anything. Okay. No, there is not at least a visual expression of recognition, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he doesn't recognize you. It just means that he's not showing it.
Gotcha.
Anyway, please, all of you, come inside. The weather has been awful for several days.
Yep.
And as the pitter
Well,
patter of rain fades
see
out,
that things have remained interesting in our absence.
the two men give side eyes to each other. Yeah, I certainly say that. It's not for me to say one, it's not.
I was about to say, ooh,
Wait, what?
just the tavern that's just
Yeah,
next
no,
door.
Mm.
Yeah, tavern.
go.
We're
There
about
we
to
go.
break out into a tavern brawl, by the way.
This is
Improvised
Tim's
weapon
path.
attack. Okay, this is more appropriate.
Yes.
So, what have we missed?
Once again, allow me to introduce Senator Onyx Miletus, a member of the Supervisory.
Okay, quick question. Don't mean to interrupt, but what is the supervisory?
Well, the Council of Provonere no longer exist. No thanks to
Right.
this man. So, myself and the other counselors have been relieved of our duties, and the Supervisory is our new government, so to speak. Yes, 2 representatives from the Union of Fenere and 2 from the Alliance of Provias. Yes, Onyx, these are the wonderful people I was telling you about, Lorem Ipsum, that spoke to the Monsignant and the Chancellor just days before your arrival, who have been serving as consultants to the Council of Provonere. However, we're going to inform you in this manner that because the Council no longer exists, you I can't retain you in terms of public wares. But if you are interested,
That's fair.
later, if you're interested in maybe a different venue of work, I can perhaps talk to you when this man isn't here.
That is not an issue, if that is the case.
Oh no, it's far. Anyway,
We can figure things out.
Yes.
We actually already have a backup employer.
Oh, well, that's quite nice. I take it your talks with anyone in Oceavester went well. Funny, Onyx, how you get here, they go there, you just happen to miss each other. Wow.
Tino, we
Who?
went to Oceavester.
Yes, of course.
No, like I'm asking Mason. Like I don't
Yes.
think we told him.
No, at some point in time, it has been revealed.
Okay.
You're not quite sure how he knows that, but he does.
All right. Just want to like clarify that.
Yeah, no worries.
Hmm.
Well,
Had our hands full.
Us too.
yes. So, Senator Miletus, you are now part of who's in charge around here now?
Onyx is fine. A friend of Mox is a friend of mine.
Ah, well, Onyx. In any case, you are a quarter of the government now?
So to speak, yes.
See. And how has the protections been going since the attack?
Quite well. Admiral Thicket has been handling most of that, while myself and the two Vicarants are handling the other affairs. More on the political side instead of militant, but...
Might ask, have they found anything?
No, not particularly.
So, what's the need?
Just a continued threat. Gotta prevent those events from happening again at all cost.
Well, I guess I couldn't agree more on that. However, I feel as though hunting down those remaining, as opposed to waiting for them to come, might be a more effective strategy.
Well, that might be a fair assumption. However, the citizens of Provonere are here, and they are my concern.
Very well.
It can also, at times, be easier to defend a fortress rather than to attack someone else's.
That is, if you are aware of how they will attack.
This is
In
true.
any case, the Oshiavester branch of the attackers have been eliminated.
Oh, so there was, in fact, a extended threat.
Yes, this is a thing that extends between cities across this whole continent, it seems. I wouldn't be surprised if there were branches on the east side of this continent, with just how widespread they seem to be.
In the north.
Or in the north, that's true also.
That's great news.
Great might not be the right word, but
Note to the sarcasm.
I will not note the sarcasm. I'm not good at finding it, Mason.
Yep. All right. Well, in any case, we are stopping by here, gather ourselves, really, check in before we set out again to continue pursuing.
Right. As I mentioned earlier, I cannot retain you on as officials of the government. However, I know you said you had a contingency. However, myself and Cleo are more than happy to retain you privately, as I am still concerned in this investigation. But if you are willing, I would like to extend an offer to keep you in your current positions just as more private investigators, I suppose. Private consultants instead of public. Both myself and Cleo have spoken.
Right back where we started, I suppose.
Yes, I'm willing to
I'm
offer
getting
our help, and now that I no longer work for the city of Provonere, I am not bound to stay here by any means. So should you require any external services, both myself and Cleo are available, if it is required.
Duly noted.
How is she, by the way?
There's a moment where they both almost speak up, and then Onyx is like, okay, you can have it, whatever. She is fine. A little bit more willing to speak to the public than myself. The nature of our meeting today was about speaking to the public anyway. But I don't think there's anything for me to say to the public, as I believe that the supervisory has handled all of that on their own. So I don't think I need to answer any questions. I think it's very obvious that I'm not leading the Red Shielders anymore. So. Now you know it's not. Never mind.
And the rest of the council?
Free to pursue their own endeavors, I suppose.
See. Anything unorthodox aside from the current situation going on with any of them?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, it wasn't but a week after you all left that we were all being informed of our non-renewed contracts, if you will.
See.
So my handle on the situation did not go as expected. Mox, you know that that's not exactly the full truth. I apologize for our disagreement and do not mean to interfere with the nature of your work. And in complete honesty, I have no quarrels with you pursuing something as long as you stay out of the way of our own investigation. I don't care if civilians are interested. In fact, I encourage it. Now, I do understand that some of my peers would disagree, but I have a different opinion, as once I was an adventurer like yourself. The council was dismantled because we were not sure if everybody on the council could be truly trusted with the handling of the information, given the mishandling of the situation and the events that were allowed to transpire. Yes, Onyx, I know. I am just upset. I am aware.
I can't tell the difference between the two. They both have deep voices, Mason.
Context.
Yeah, context.
Yeah, point being, I'm struggling.
Sorry.
Well, if... I suppose if there's nothing of particular note at this time, we'll go check in with Madame Genorum. Just as a courtesy. Should you, again, if you wish to keep us privately employed and wish to speak with us, you know how to contact us.
That I do. Before you depart, Altrix, if there is a matter I could speak with you privately about. And Onyx does raise an eyebrow with intrigue, but doesn't push it.
In Draconic, I'll
Okay.
say, of course.
Onyx chuckles. I'll take that as my cue to depart. If you folks need anything. I'll be around.
Before you do, Onyx, it's a little odd to say. Hold on, I just have something here. I'm actually quite a fan of some of your works. I'll say pulling out the book written by him, The Void Behind the Painting. Would you mind if I could get your signature?
An autograph?
Yes.
I suppose for a fan. Reaches down, pulls a pen off one of a nearby desk in Mox's house and signs it. Signs the signature on the front page.
Now, if you wish to discuss pay or something of that matter,
You're talking to Onyx or?
I'll turn to Mox for that.
Okay. Yeah,
So I
Onyx
kind of like
nods.
walk off.
Yeah, Onyx nods, and it was based on a true story, and then he begins to exit.
So I don't know. Can I make an insight check on that?
Sure.
Want to know what is Altrix really just being a fanboy right now, or does he have something else?
Okay. I
Um,
will also ask, what the hell is that book about again? Because I think you only gave me a title.
It is a group of 4 adventurers that uncover a mysterious painting and go on a thrilling adventure uncovering a dungeon behind this painting.
Right.
And it is full of their adventure tales of the monsters they fought and their great conquest.
Gotcha.
That's a 15.
15?
Mhm.
There is very much ulterior motive.
Mox, get this cat out of your house.
I'll say you saw him read this book once and never mention it again.
All right.
Right. If you'll follow me to the study.
Yep.
So, she closes the door. Sorry for the security. I want to begin with the fact that I don't distrust Onyx. I have not informed him, however, of any of our conversations that we have had about other things. And that is your revelation to make, not mine. So if you wish to enlighten him, I think that would probably be a wise choice. I am just upset at him, but less upset at him and more upset at what is happening in general, and less specifically at himself as a man. Onyx and myself have been friends for a long time, so
may disagree.
that is fair. Nonetheless, while in the Twin Reservoirs, did you happen to stumble across any information?
Quite a bit. Would have been nice to have you had warned me about Magister Rowan Wynn.
Oh, he's a magister now.
Grand Magister.
Interesting. I would have warned you had I known he was there still. But you can imagine my surprise when, about 10 days ago, I got a message from him letting him know that an Altrix Moxicorol had come looking for his mother. And I assure you, I do not believe that he meant to betray your trust, as I think that makes you his grandson. But he was under personal obligation to myself, should anyone come seeking Daikia. To inform me.
Suppose I wasn't necessarily seeking her, but I understand his action.
He didn't fully inform me of everything that transpired. But I just apologize if that comes to a shock to you.
No, I understand.
So, what did you find?
One moment. I will get up and open the door.
Okay.
And just kind of invite everyone in.
Sure. All of you are called in with Altrix into the room.
I was going to say that.
Apologize. Yeah, Paloma's listening. Yeah, I know.
I was going to say,
Yeah, opens the door. Paloma is like ear against.
Right there.
Falls again into the room.
They're gonna eavesdrop
Again.
anyway.
That is fair. I do apologize for the secrecy. I mean,
I sit down and start taking Draconic. No.
Yeah.
In my defense, it's hard for me not to hear.
Don't lump me in with them. I wasn't trying to peep in on anything.
That's because you're boring, Owunul.
It is Altrix's information to share. If he wishes to share it, that is up to you.
In regards to the project. Primarily. We found documents from the attackers making mention of it, and their own interest. They
There's another party. Okay.
made mention of buying a certain state secrets regarding the project from one. However, it made mention that they opted to sell such secrets elsewhere.
Weren't
up
they trying to
north.
sell? Weren't they trying to sell the artifact?
That they were selling the artifact. However, they were attempting to buy
Oh,
the
yes, you're right.
secrets.
And
Yeah,
you
you're right.
have
You're right.
and you have inclination that this
And
this seller of information is Andrew Ruffalo.
well, considering they made mention of him selling out elsewhere. However, it made mention that there would be another person interested in selling. As far as I understand it, those who know are very limited.
As it should be.
And if it's not Roughlock, it's not Daikia, it's not you.
But what if it was Rufflock?
Then who was the first source trying to sell it?
I don't know. You'll have to make a specific reference for me to analyze what you're mentioning, but I trust Onyx with my life. Him and I have known each other and been friends for 30 years. And he has a deep-seated respect for Daikia. Perhaps even a keen interest, if you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Unfortunately, if you'd asked me about 6 hours ago, I wouldn't.
You're not wearing anything on your wrist.
Yeah, it's the orb.
It's the orb.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hilarious.
Well, in any case, don't know if we should stay here too long. Don't.
And why would you want to?
Fair enough.
I don't know if this is what they wanted.
And who is they? Is this the criminal organization you're tracking?
Suppose. We found documents regarding and the facility that create replicas of people.
Robotic
Mechanicals
replicas, yes.
meant to
Impersonate.
replace and impersonate, yes.
High-ranking officials specifically is what we believe their targets were going to be, which makes
why I ask about the other council members, for we found high-priority patients. Fina Claremorth, Althalto Steele, Dr. Hannah Weiss-Chardolan, Galad Vervanyan, and Priscilla Cleves. Along with devices that, in theory, could facilitate transference of memory as well as encountered several of these mechanicals.
The ones we did meet believed they were the real person. They did not think they were mechanicals. It's quite possible that they're unknowing moles in this whole operation, and it's not until some magic word is given that they do something else.
Do not know if perhaps their suspension of duty was a means to facilitate these replacements, or if in doing this we have foiled their plot. But in any case...
Oh my.
If
Sorry.
we can...
Processing. On the slightest notion that is true, we need to leave immediately. Because myself and Cleo have a meeting with 3 of those individuals that you just named this evening.
Yeah, we should leave. We should leave.
We need to let her know that they're a looming threat, and we need to leave.
Okay.
Okay.
Because here, justification, I don't know if you need it, but justification is I have no authority to investigate anybody, and no offense to Onyx, but the supervisory is a mess. It is.
They were a government.
Where does the supervisory stand in relation to the Monsignant and the Chancellor?
They all work under them.
We have a written permission from the Chancellor to continue our investigation.
If we can get one from the Monsignant,
then you have one on you.
I believe we do, because she handed it to Altrix regarding.
Okay. May I see it?
Is it in the siphon?
Okay. He unrolls the scroll and begins to quickly skim over the words. And after 45 seconds or so, yes, this is true. However, it does not. It only gives permission under the Union of Provonere, not the Alliance of Provias. The supervisor is comprised of half of each. Therefore, it would be a split vote, on
so
how it
we
goes.
Would.
So what you're saying is,
the
it depends who we run into here.
Yes, but my suggestion would not be to run into anyone.
I think we need to leave quietly. Like all of us, we need to leave quietly. We need to decide where we're going to go.
We have several things we need to take care of first.
Okay.
Yes,
and
we can
make
do
that.
Quiet. Yes, I will contact Madame Genorum, Cleo. Contact Cleo immediately after your departure. You take care of whatever business you have. I would let Onyx know. That is perhaps that is my friendly nature towards him speaking. But it might be beneficial to have at least one person on the supervisory that is aware of what threat might exist.
I mean,
I trust Admiral Thicket far less than I trust Onyx, and I don't trust the Vicarans. No offense, as he looks to Owunul and Evadin.
None taken. He's... I'm not going to say anything else.
Anyway, it is most likely in our best interest, but if any threat does actually exist, that Cleo and I take a vacation. And Onyx at least be informed, if not, maybe take a vacation as well.
Perhaps hydroxylvexin.
Perhaps hydroxylvexin.
I mean, considering how...
Or anywhere else.
Well,
no, hydroxylvexin specifically, because we know...
Madame Genorum's help getting to where we're trying to go, because we need to get there fast.
Which is...
Pickle Pines.
Pickle Pines.
The airship crashed there.
We need to be able to investigate it.
A real long
relevant?
time.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Yes, we can do that for you. Is that relevant to your investigation?
Yeah,
there
there was
was-
an
It
airship that crashed
apparently
there.
bore a symbol that we found on a map.
What symbol?
That the crescent moon.
And I will remind all of you in this moment that Officer Mox, or ex-Officer Moxman, hasn't seen that symbol. Because Evadin has it on her person and has not revealed it to anybody. So no one on the council or anybody else knows what that looks like. Just all of you.
I can draw it.
Okay. Sure. Right. So I'll speak to Cleo, and you all take care of the rest of your business. If you wish to let Onyx know, perhaps I can contact him, or you can contact him if you wish to. Though I would not go to Consilas Keep at the moment.
Yes. I suppose with Onyx, either he can be trusted and therefore he should be given this information, or he cannot, and if we give him this information, he'll do nothing with it, and that will prove that. So
I suppose that is fair. I will not speak of a test of trust. I will simply let him know.
Dye the water, I suppose.
Sure. Now,
Can't go bad.
One other question before we resume. Again, we're on a bit of a time crunch. Oh goodness, it's starting to make sense now. The time gap that Cleo was talking about the night of the attack, and the strange shadowy figures. If they were stealing bodies of council members and replacing them with mechanical duplicates, then this entire time we've been duped, and they know everything. Everything up until the point that the council is no longer. I digress. Do you have those documents that you uncovered in Hydroxylvexin and Oshivester?
yes.
About the buyers. Can I look over that and perhaps shed some light, and then we will part ways and reconvene at as early as convenience?
Assuming we threw them all in the siphon.
Or more bags of holding somewhere.
Yeah. So produce them.
He begins to scan over it. All right, so I'm seeing here that these are two separate folders. The first references a classified project of the Chancellor, blah, blah, blah. I know what that is. I'm not dumb. Used to work for them, not him. Used to work for him. The contact willing to share information has sold out elsewhere. We'll need to pursue a different venture. I may have found someone interested. More details coming soon. So that is most likely Andrew Rufflock, if I'm not mistaken. However, in a separate, mixed in with all these medical logs and experiments, which by the way are absolutely grotesque, and I do not want to read any further, but I will. It mentions that a new project will be initiated by a new investor known to us as the Man. Now, I do believe that name is familiar because we've discussed it before, correct?
Yes.
That was the individual perhaps responsible for the attacks on Provonere. So that links back to the criminal organization, but perhaps not to Andrew Rufflock. Now, that is just my hypothesis, but it doesn't seem that these are actually connected. Now, you, Altrix, were mentioning that there was a first buyer.
Or seller, rather, but yes.
Yes, so it looks to me, without naming names, looks to me that Andrew was planning perhaps to sell to this criminal organization, but instead may have sold elsewhere. That elsewhere could have been Frontera, though I do not.
Then who's the second
that.
seller?
What do you mean, the second seller?
Well,
There isn't one.
they mentioned first one sells out elsewhere, but they're looking at a possible second alternative contact.
Yeah, so it says a new project by a new investor, but it doesn't mention necessarily the seller. So that investor,
A
I guess,
company-
is the Man.
The contact willing to share information is sold out elsewhere will need to pursue a different venture and may have found someone interested.
Right. But interested in what? Interested in the information, or interested in funding their project? I don't know. Perhaps that is a reference to the Man again perhaps they were written in 2 different dates, represented I don't know. I guess we can play it on both assumptions. We can assume the man is behind both of these incidences, or we can also assume simultaneously that there is a separate investor willing to purchase information related to that project. Nonetheless, I do not think it is Onyx. It couldn't have been Daikia. How would she have sold anything? And
Aside from your personal affinity for this Onyx, what guarantee do you have or evidence that they aren't behind any of this? Or at any point related?
no, that is a fair question. Logic. The answer is logic to your question. The reason, it makes no sense. Why would Onyx be on the team? Why would he research the project alongside us? And then, after the project was disbanded, employ himself in the Wave Guard under the rule of the Chancellor, the office of the Chancellor continually, and then stay on as a senator. What benefit does he gain by selling information to another party? That would only condemn himself, his own political position, and his own nation, which, to my knowledge, again, in experience, is very, very much a nationalist.
Well,
It would undo all of that. It makes no sense. But Andrew, however, I'll let you know my personal feelings on him, but he was always vicious, always on the verge, always threatening. If we didn't do things a certain way, that he would expose the information we had learned. And
well, it's always
it was only
possible
a matter of
that
time.
Onyx is less concerned with the paycheck and more so concerned with the fact that they are willing to pursue this endeavor. One, that perhaps he is aware that Daikia kept pursuing.
I don't know. We've never really spoken much about his knowledge of where she went. I've never said anything, and to my knowledge, she didn't either. So the only 2 people that know where she is now, aside from you, is myself and her.
Okay.
Plus Onyx.
Do you know if Rowan Wynn also shared information with Onyx?
I don't think so, but I don't. There's no way I could know for sure. But it was a promise he had made to myself, not to me and Onyx, but just to me, that if someone had ever come looking for information on this project or about Daikia, which technically they are just conjoined it now, that he would let me know.
Very well.
The other thing, Rancor, you asked why you would do it. I believe that Onyx is much like myself, and that after the project was disbanded, we gave up any hope that it was even real. Now,
What really is this project? Because you two seem to know a lot more than the rest of us.
right. Well, previously, I was under an oath as to not share this information, but I no longer work for the government that employed me to do it, so honestly, I don't give a damn. I mean, it's probably not even real in the first place. What's the big fuss over? But it is allegedly an ancient civilization, a city site of arcane power of some kind that existed and then disappeared, either through a catastrophic destruction or jettisoning to a different plane, or it was a myth in the first place. I don't know. We never figured it out. But when we came across the research, Daikia believed that the key to peaceful negotiations with Escapia was to have a display of force but never have to use it. And we don't know if there's any real power in Dawn. We don't know. We don't even know if it's real. But Daikia never gave up hope that at least her life's work was not spent in vain. She would keep searching for it. And of
Daikia
course,
is your mother, right, Altrix? You didn't speak much of her.
Yeah. She is.
So she never gave up, even after the project went down. And last she was seen, she went investigating this further.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, I can only assume she eventually gave up. Had time for me.
It certainly sounds like it. But she would be a totally different person if she had given up than last I spoke with her.
I'm sorry. This is a lot of information.
Yes, yes, it is.
So, what is our current worry that these criminals are trying to access the same project, or
I mean, yes, I
They-
suppose that is a fear that anybody would be accessing the project. You know, the
Well-
Office of the Chancellor disbanded the project in the first place because it was deemed likely a myth. But even if it was real in any capacity, the power that Daikia believed was held in Akadon really shouldn't be wielded by anybody.
So they're pursuing this superpower. They are pursuing mechanical doppelgangers, chemical psychotics, not to mention a whole slew of other things. This SOS project that these documents make mention of.
Yes.
did we ever show Mox the book, or was it just Janorum?
He saw the book.
He was there when she tried to open it and read it.
That book. I'm going to purposely talk a little lower because I don't want to rank or suspicious of being listened of people snooping in. That book that we found that Janorum tried reading, does that seem something of power of this myth, legend, Akadon?
Yes.
In all my studies, research alongside Daikia, they never mentioned an ancient, powerful tome. However, that is the only knowledge I have about the book because I'm not. I don't specialize in artifacts. That's more Cleo's purview.
I will
and
say,
Daikia's.
although it may not be Akadon, it is definitely in that wheelhouse of
Oh, no doubt
immensely.
it is. Yeah, no doubt it is immensely powerful. Just is there a relation is my curiosity, and perhaps that is yours as well, Rancor. But nonetheless, we don't
Alright.
have much time.
Yes.
I'm just.
Mox,
I don't
if
know
you
what.
wish to get Madame Janorum, we will go visit Professor Arcalet's and probably collect certain items, as well as run an errand real quick for the city council.
Right. Very well. Sorry, I'm thinking to myself. I will ask Janora what her opinion on gathering said artifacts would be. There is already apparently a target on all of us. I don't think holding the thing that the enemy is looking for in our possession is a wise decision. I think storing it instead is a better option. Right now, to my knowledge, it is held in a safe box inside Professor Arcalet's office, as he also lowers his volume down.
And when was the last time you spoke with Arcalet's?
I haven't spoken with Arcalet since that evening. Janorum, however, has done she's gone over to investigate in her free time. Now that we all have it, though I don't think she's made any headway on any of those things. But I do think Archelaus had mentioned something about making a breakthrough in the last few days, but it might be more worthwhile to have him come to you instead of you go to him. I know you haven't really been into the Hex. Sorry, he doesn't know that. I don't know where you've been since you've got back, but in case you haven't seen them yet, there is a new order that is patrolling the streets. It's rather small, however, they currently have full permission to arrest all of us for conspiring in any way. And I don't know Admiral Thickets that well, but he is a punish first, ask questions later type of man, and I would greatly prefer if we did not have to interact with him.
He sounds like the worst.
I would avoid any run-in with his puppets.
Who put this guy in charge again? Did you see? He seems rather.
He's the admiral of the Waveguard. He's under power of the Chancellor. Technically, Senator Onyx Miletus, and they technically outrank him in terms of political power, but military power, he technically outranks. It's a very complicated thing.
Well, but if we've got permission from the Chancellor herself, and he works technically under her, then technically he can't do shit about that, or he gets in trouble, right?
Well,
at least involving us.
So here's the thing: if he punishes first and asks questions later, we might get the chance to show him that to ward him off. So we might end up getting delayed anyways if we try that.
And a delay is something that we can gravely not afford if everything you have mentioned is even a sliver of truth in it. Anyway, we can speak of all of these things when we arrive in Pickle Pines, right? That's where the airship was. I read the paper this morning.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Mox, if you again will contact Janorum, as well as go ahead and relay the list of names to Onyx if you trust him so much.
Very well. We shall reconvene where? At what time? Our meeting is slated for 6 p.m. this evening, and it is currently 12:45.
Okay, so we need to meet up.
5:45. The chateau.
Very well.
That's a good
Touch one.
spot. We're meeting up at our house.
Yes, I know, but you're not going to that meeting, right, Mox?
No, I would certainly not like to go to that meeting. Madame Janorum and I will make a sudden exit, if you will. Spontaneous absence, vacation.
If we blow up your porch, they'll think that's what happened.
Oh my god.
I just paid for that porch. Please keep it intact.
So, should we bring Archelaus with us? Because,
Probably not.
No.
but if he's got the book and he's got no one here to,
I will confer with Madame Janorum and
You may want to
ask
take
her
him
her
with
opinion.
you.
I see that this is the thing. I am thinking both sides of the coin. If we take too many people, it looks suspicious.
This is true.
That we know something. So we leave Onyx here. We leave Archelaus here to keep an eye on things.
Archelaus doesn't know the council, though. He's got no...
There is no council.
There is no council.
He's not part of the government, though, so...
No,
He is still a professor.
but he is in possession of, before the council was dissolved, a official business from the council.
But no one
now-
knows about his involvement except for us and Onyx, I presume?
I have not said anything to Onyx about that. It is Janorum, myself, Archelaus, and you all that are aware of... Oh, and Vilas. Vilas is aware of your involvement as well. But... only a
Alright.
little bit.
Well,
Yes, oh correct. We shall meet up 5:45 at the Coastal Chateau.
all right.
Well,
5 hours. Let's make it work.
Yes, you all take very good care of yourselves, and I will see you soon. And he promptly releases you back into the pouring rain. And as you were leaving, I will have Janorum have Archivets meet us at the Coastal Chateau, if that works for all of you.
All right. In that case, just cube.
Yeah, just the
Very
cube.
well. Well, with 5 hours on the clock and maybe assassination, we don't know what's going on. But we're just people, right? There is no council anymore. We're just people, all trying to figure things out. But it is a good time there as rain continues to pour down across Provonere, as many things have changed and many things left to ponder and do ahead of us, and perhaps a journey to the fabled Pickle Pines in the Eminency. We shall close that episode there and pick back up next week. Thank you all for joining us, and as a reminder, the adventure continues.
Goodbye.
Good night.